The video footage revealed that some members on Madam Speaker's left were singing after the visiting president and Madam Speaker had left the chamber, although it did not capture which members were singing. She found that this conduct was disrespectful, shameful, and unparliamentary.
In that regard, Madam First Deputy Speaker cautioned members to desist from such behavior, which may attract severe punishment to the erring members. She urged all honorable members to conduct themselves at all times in a manner that upheld dignity, integrity, and decorum of the House as provided under Standing Order 213-1 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2024. She further cautioned the House against the growing tendency of honorable members making vulgar and disrespectful running commentaries when the Speaker's procession was entering or leaving the chamber, stating that the Speaker's procession was a solemn moment which members were supposed to observe with the necessary decorum.
Madam First Deputy Speaker noted that in raising the point of order, the Honorable Minister of Information and Media cited Standing Order 117 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2024, which related to the consolidation of orders on bills and was therefore not applicable in the instant case. She urged all honorable members to familiarize themselves with the new standing orders to ensure that correct provisions were cited in future.
After the rendering of that ruling, the acting leader of government business presented the business statement for the period 12th to 22nd November 2024, and thereafter the House went on to consider urgent matters without notice. The following matters without notice under Standing Order 142 were raised. The first matter did come from Mr. Edgar Singombe, who is the Dumwezi Member of Parliament, and his subject matter was on when government would reduce the packaging of maize per bag from 50 kg to 20 kg and 10 kg to enable residents of Dumwezi afford it. This matter was inadmissible.
The second matter came from Dumwezi Member of the Parliament, Mr. Munia Zulu. This was on the government's alleged interference in the operations of the Football Association of Zambia contrary to the FIFA's regulations. This matter was equally inadmissible.
And the third matter did come from Ms. Brenda Nyirenda, who is Lundazi Member of Parliament, and her subject matter was on measures being taken to maintain security in Lundazi Parliamentary constituency following the killings of some motorbike riders. This matter was equally inadmissible.
After those three urgent matters without notice, the House considered questions for oral answer number 111 to 113 under Standing Order 80. After consideration of those questions, Member of the Parliament, Mr. Fred Jatila, moved the motion urging the House to adopt the report of the Planning and Budgeting Committee on the 2025 Public Bodies External Borrowing Plan for the fourth session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 6 November 2024. And so this motion was seconded by Lundazi Member of the Parliament, Ms. Brenda Nyirenda. When a question was put, this motion was adopted.
And thereafter, there was resumption of debate on the motion of supply, a motion of 5th November 2024, a motion that was moved by the Minister of Finance and National Planning, urging that the House do now resolve into Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2025 to 31st December 2025, presented to the National Assembly in September 2024. And the House did adjourn accordingly at 12:37 hours. We now shift our attention to today's order paper just to have a brief on what to expect the House to consider this afternoon.
Yes, as today, Tuesday, 12 November 2024, on the order paper we have announcements if there will be any urgent matters without notice. If there will be any, we also have a ministerial statement that is expected to be presented by the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development on what measures the government is taking to reduce the effects of fumes produced by sulfur dioxide that is being released from mines processing copper in Kalulushi district.
And we also expect the House to consider 3 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 82 and also 3 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 80. Thereafter, we do expect Mr. Clement Andeleki, who is Katombola Member of Parliament, to move a motion to adopt the Committee of the Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance, that this House adopts a report of the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance on the accession of the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, aiming at abolition of the death penalty for the 4th session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th November 2024.
We also have a resumption of debate on a motion of supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2025 to 31st December 2025, presented to the National Assembly in September 2024. This is a motion that was moved by the Minister of Finance and National Planning on 5th November 2024. Just now we look at the details that are expected to be considered on the order paper today.
Exactly, Matimba. As we wait the presiding officer's procession to make its way to the chamber, we take a look at some of the questions for oral answer under Standing Order 82 that will be considered this afternoon. We do expect question 114 to be asked by Mr. Kawe Chewe, who is Lubanseshi Member of Parliament, and his question will be directed to the Minister of Technology and Science, and he wants to know in A, whether the government is aware that poor internet service and direct cause connectivity, and there you have it in picture, Madam Speaker's procession making its way to the chamber, and so we take you to the floor of the House. Good afternoon, keep watching Parliament Television.
Honorable Members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
Yours truly.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence. Treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Amen.
Honorable members, I have 3 announcements to make. The first one, honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the Speaker's Gallery of the following staff from the National Assembly of Namibia. Mr. Joseph Ndimomopia, Chief Internal Auditor and Leader of Delegation. Ms. Emilia Alwendo, Deputy Director, General Services. Ms. Evodia Mwilima, Senior Accountant. And Mr. Colin Kurana, Senior Security Operations. I wish on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia to receive our guests and warmly welcome them in our midst. Thank you very much. You are welcome. The second announcement, honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Mercyland Christian School in Lusaka District. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. I thank you. You may take your seats. The last one, honorable members, I'm pleased to inform the House that Dr. Christopher Kalila, Member of Parliament for Lukulu East, was elected chairperson of the Executive Committee of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, CPA. Dr. Kalila MP emerged victorious after beating 2 other contenders, Dr. Zainab Gimba, MP, Member of Parliament of Nigeria, House of Representatives, and Honorable Arthur Eugene Holder, SC MP, Speaker of the Assembly of Barbados. The position of chairperson of the Executive Committee is the highest elective position of the CPA. This opportunity on behalf of the House, and indeed on my own behalf, to congratulate Dr. Kalila MP for this great achievement. I am confident that with his vast experience and impeccable leadership, he will propel the CPA to greater heights. I thank you. As there are no indications for matters, urgent matters without notice, we proceed to the next item. Oh. I thought there was no indication. We are on urgent matters without notice. The Honorable Member for Mwandi.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. Let me begin by welcoming you back. It's good to have you back in the House, and also congratulate Dr. Kalila for the election. Madam Speaker, my urgent matter of public importance is directed to the Minister of Local Government. You
may proceed, Honorable Member for Mwandi.
Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, I raise this matter, Madam Speaker, with a very heavy heart because I know exactly what the New Dawn government has done in making sure that our constituencies, especially constituencies like Mondi, where we're hit by severe drought, so we are very, very grateful for the interventions. But we have a very, very big challenge, Honorable Minister, when it comes to cash for work. As many other constituencies, Mondi is not covered by network. So we have a lot of wards that have worked, and this is immediate because we know we have challenges with food security. And they've worked, and up to now, they're still waiting to be paid through the mobile phones where we do not have network. So I wanted to find out from the Minister of Local Government if there is an immediate intervention that can be done so that the people that have done this work can immediately be paid. Otherwise, the situation on the ground is very volatile. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I understand that this question was raised last week. I don't know if there was an answer that was provided, but the matter was raised. And there was a ministerial statement. So probably the honorable member for Mondi was not around, like me. Thank you. So we go to the next one. Maybe honorable member for Mondi, you can check with the Hansards and check for the ministerial statement. The honorable member for Mitete.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and indeed you are welcome after having missed you for quite long. And to Dr. Kalila, indeed, congratulations. Madam Speaker, the rains have just started, and it is equally raining in Mitete. We thank God. There is a project for here connecting Lukulu and Mitete to the national grid. Is the Minister of Energy why is the Minister of Energy not taking this advantage within 2 weeks to push the people who are just remaining with 3 kilometers or to connect the remaining portion? Madam Speaker, if this is not done, it shall have to wait for 6 months. The way the rains are coming, is the minister going to do anything to push area, to push the companies that are doing this work? If not, 6 months from now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable member for Mitete. From my understanding is that RIA is doing a number of works around the country trying to connect everyone to the national grid. So it's not only peculiar to Mitete. Maybe the honorable member for Mitete can put in a question for the honorable minister to address. You can put in an urgent question. The last one, honorable member for Kaumbwe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The urgent matter without notice is directed at the Minister of Agriculture.
You may proceed, honorable member.
Thank you. First of all, the people of Kaumbwe would like to join hands in congratulating the well-deserved position for Dr. Kalila. Madam Speaker, the maize community sales is a very good initiative by government to alleviate hunger in our communities. Furthermore, the cash for work is giving money to communities to purchase the maize that government gives to our communities. In my constituency, there are several community sale points. Immediately the maize is delivered to these selling points. No sooner than it is delivered than it is sold to businessmen, which means the people of Kambwe constituency do not benefit because the rules which govern the sales are not followed by these FRA agents. It is the Minister of Agriculture in conjunction with the community development in order to allow the people of Kambwe constituency, even when they receive money, cash for work, but they go to buy maize, the maize is not there. It is sold to businessmen who go repack and market. I seek your serious indulgence, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kambwe. I suggest you put in a question, but maybe as you put in a question, just maybe a word of advice that, you know, the responsibility for supervising and policing the sale of maize belongs to the Member of Parliament and the community as a whole. So if there is anything like that, that the maize is being sold to the wrong people, it's better to report them to the police. After all, you must know the people who are businessmen. For you to identify that it's businessmen that are selling, that are buying, that means they are known people. Why not report them to the police? Because this maize is meant for the people that the Honorable Member you represent. And if then the maize is sold to other people who do not deserve, what is that going to say about your representation of your people in Kambwe? I think something that needs to be worked on. Not only the Minister of Agriculture can do much on his own. Let's try to help him. But you can still put in a question. Thank you very much. So having concluded that, in accordance with our rules, we only allow 3 questions. So we go to the next item, which is, I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development to present a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Indeed, it's coming. Weekend, we are opening. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for allowing me to deliver a ministerial statement on the measures government is taking to reduce the effects of fumes produced by sulfur dioxide being released from mines processing copper in Kalulushi. But before I proceed, Madam Speaker, may I take this opportunity to congratulate the Honorable Member, Dr. Kalira, on his election. Madam Speaker, I want to update this August House and the nation at large on measures government is taking to reduce the effects of fumes produced by sulfur dioxide being released from processing plants in Kalulushi district of the Copperbelt province. The statement follows the question by Honorable Kampamba Mlenga, Member of Parliament for Kalulushi Parliamentary constituency during the urgent matter without notice on Thursday, 7th November 2024. As you are aware, the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development is charged with the responsibility of ensuring sustainable development and management of mineral resources in the country. Through the Mines and Minerals Development Act number 11 of 2015, the Ministry carries out monitoring and compliance to environmental standards in the mining sector. As such, through the Mine Safety Department, the Ministry conducted a site investigation on 8 November 2024 to establish reports to the effect that there were processing plants in Kalulushi discharging fumes which affected the communities living in close proximity to the facilities. It was established that a company by the name of Avocado Mining Limited has been discharging these fumes within Kalulushi district without approval from the Zambia Environmental Management Agency. The House may wish to know that Avocado Mining Limited is the holder of a mineral processing license granted in 2019 and valid until 2034. Further, the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development established that Zambia Environmental Management Agency cited Avocado Mining Limited on 31st October 2024 for a number of environmental breaches in line with the Environmental Management Act number 12 of 2011. Madam Speaker, the major breaches that the Zambia Environmental Management Agency cited the company for are as follows. A, implementing a project for which an environmental impact assessment is required without conducting the actual environmental impact assessment. And B, discharging a contaminant into the environment without an emission license. Madam Speaker, on the 4th of November 2024, ZEMA further issued a compliance order directing Avocado Mining Limited to cease all operations until further notice by ZEMA. In addition, on 8 November 2024, the Mine Safety Department suspended operations of the same company as it did not have a qualified appointed manager to ensure that the operations comply with all applicable legislation on safety, occupational health, and environment as provided under the Mines and Minerals Act number 11 of 2015. Madam Speaker, as I deliver this statement, the operations at Avocado Mining Limited remain suspended until the breaches cited by the two institutions, namely ZEMA and Mine Safety Department, have been attended to. I wish to reiterate that government remains committed to ensure that mining activities are undertaken in a responsible and sustainable manner for the benefit of the Zambian people. It is for this reason that my ministry is undertaking various policy, legislative, and institutional reforms aimed at promoting responsible mining, taking into account tenets of environmental, social, and governance issues. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement presented by the Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development. The Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for giving chance to the people of Chitambo to ask a question. Honorable Minister, you have mentioned that the mine will remain closed not until they attend to the safety issues and other issues that have been raised. My question is, the Honorable Member reported to this House that the pollution could have affected certain people in the nearby communities. Has the ministry done an assessment to find out whether there are some people who have been affected by the emission of the, chemicals that were coming from the same processing plant? I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Madam Speaker, I'm not aware of any assessment in that regard, but as and when reports come, even through hospitals, I think the matters will be dealt with. I know that it is a mandate of Zambia Environmental Management Agency to be able to do those investigations and see the effect, because really that issue falls under them in terms of checking environmental issues. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kwacha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for that ministerial statement. My question is lying with what Honorable Fochitambo has asked. Now that you have not undertaken a review to assess whether people in Kalulush are affected, is your ministry likely to undertake a compulsory examination for the residents of Kalulush, just to ensure that none of the residents is actually affected? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
I thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member, for that question. Madam Speaker, I think the question is just one and the same, except it has been asked in a different way. The assurance I can give is that Zambia Environmental Management Agency and Mine Safety Department are collaborating to work in that area, and I'm sure a report will be given as to whether people's lives have been affected by those fumes. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kalulushi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me also take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Kalila on his new role, and how I wish he was also in the Ministry of Health. He would have done much, much better. Minister, I'm just from my constituency, and from your statement, I think the people that you had sent to do a ground check on what is happening on avocado are not telling you the truth. Zema had first written to avocado mining last year on the 4th of December 2023. I have a letter with myself, and they did not comply. On the 14th of October, Zema had rewritten to avocado mining, and they still did not comply. As I speak, I left the constituency on a Sunday, and the emissions were there. Minister, the effects of these emissions from these processing plants have caused a lot of worry and a lot of concern to our members in the constituency. For example, Wafwano, these mining companies are remitting their emissions and their waste in the streams. And if your people had done a background check on what is happening, they would have attested that the streams have dried up, there's no water because of the emission of the sulfur dioxide. As we're speaking, we've had a lot of patients at Kalulushi General Hospital who have been affected by these emissions from last year. So, Minister, these people are not giving you the correct position as what is happening. Could it be that money has exchanged hands with those Chinese? That's why they're failing to close up the plant in question. Thank you, Minister.
Oh, the Honorable Member for Kalulushi, do you have any evidence to show that money has exchanged hands?
Madam Speaker, my question was, could it be? When people are told to comply by an institution and they do not comply, the only visible, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to tell that it could be money has exchanged hands. Why are they not shutting it down?
But, Honorable Member, if you are clear with our standing orders, the information you give on the floor of the House should be factual and verifiable. So if it's just speculation, I would suggest that you withdraw that part, suggesting that money exchanged hands. If there is evidence, please lay it on the table.
I withdraw, Madam Speaker. Maybe my question to the Minister would be, do we have incompetent people in these ministries that are not doing their job by shutting the mines down? Because people are really suffering.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I was coming to Parliament, because I knew the importance of this question, I was on the call with my Mine Safety Department Director, and he reconfirmed that this mine has been closed. And when you look at my statements and the dates the Honorable Member is quoting, we've exactly quoted those statements that this mine, she's just confirming what I've said, that it was visited by ZEMA, and they were warned. There are processes that we follow in the law before you shut down, and they were warned twice, and the third time we went and closed the mine. As it stands now, the mine is closed, it's not operating. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I think the Honorable Member for Kalulush was saying that there are fumes which are still emanating from that plant. Would fumes, maybe, if you can explain that, why are fumes still on if the mine is closed?
Madam Speaker, I don't believe that there are still fumes there because the mine is closed. The operations are not there. It's a processing plant, in fact. So it's closed. I don't think there are fumes. Like I said, as late as I was coming to Parliament, I was calling Kalulushi to find out what is going on, whether this is exactly as was reported in the statement, and it is as it is. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and also let me also join in welcoming you back to the House, and also allow me to congratulate my elder brother, Dr. Kalila, for emerging victorious against all odds. Also congratulating you, Madam Speaker, as a team leader, and the CPA Zambian branch for a job well done. Madam Speaker, these fumes are very, very dangerous. I remember when I was growing up in the township of Ron, we used to call it center, and it's very destructive to even vegetation. Honorable Minister, she breached quite a number of breaches which ZEMA went there and cautioned them. Could you tell the people only ended up at cautioning them and closing the mine, or if indeed there were any fees or charges, penalties that were imposed on them, apart from warning them and closing the plant? Did they pay any fees? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member, for that important question. Madam Speaker, breaches of any kind, I may not speak for ZEMA, but under the Ministry of Mines, I've got penalties. Some could be in monetary form, some could be suspension, but in terms of the ZEMA Act, I think ZEMA would be in a better position to give clarity on what penalties accrue when you breach certain ZEMA rules or ZEMA requirements according to their act. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I don't know if the question has been answered, but the question was, have these people been charged or prosecuted, in other words, for the omissions that they have committed? The Honorable Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker, like I said, the ZEMA Act falls under ZEMA themselves and the Ministry of Green Economy. They have their own rules when you are cited for breaches. Of course, the first action is suspension, which has been done in collaboration with Mine Safety Department. As to any further action that has been taken on avocado mining, I still stand to be informed as to the further actions that have been taken in terms of punishing them. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Madam Speaker, you are welcome. Madam Speaker, allow me to join my colleagues who have congratulated Dr. Kalila for his election. Dr. Kalila is a true inspiration, Madam. I couldn't be happier for him. He's an inspiration that that can only fail to inspire. Madam Speaker, this man who's just walked in is such an inspiration that is only incapable of inspiring those who can never be inspired. Honorable Minister, the issues of breaches you have discussed were found out as a result of reports reaching Zema, so that Zema could go down to the mine and conduct those checks. Do you have routine checks to check on mines such as the one that has breached environmental standards and other mines? And how effective are those routine checks so that comfort can be offered not only to a mine in Kalulushi, but all mines across the country? Thank you, Madam.
Order, honorable members. If we continue chatting, we will not be able to follow the question that has just been asked by the honorable member for Lunte. Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development, did you get the question? You may proceed to answer.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honorable member today, Madam Speaker, meaning you have asked very well, because it is such, Madam Speaker, it is such an important question that he has really been sober in asking it, because it's crucial that we tell the nation that really, number one, it is important to check the mines, and these routine checks are there through the Mine Safety Department. Suffice to say, Madam Speaker, we have also capacity issues, and that is why we have reformed the mining sector by bringing the Minerals Commission on board. And if and when this Parliament passes that bill, it will also help in terms of capacity issues, because we have a Mine Safety Department. We've had, as a nation, a Mine Safety Department situated in Kitwe for a very long time, and a few bureaus dotted around the country of 750,000 square kilometers. It is too huge, an area for these few offices to supervise activities of all the mines in the country. And as such, Madam Speaker, as much as we do these routine checks, sometimes because of the capacity issues, there are certain cantankerous characters who still abrogate the law. And because of that, that's why we are reforming the Ministry of Mines to include the Minerals Commission. That will have presence almost everywhere in our country, and it will help in curbing these breaches, especially environmental breaches, because what does it benefit a country that you mine, get the resources, yet your people die because of pollution? And therefore, Madam Speaker, we've taken these matters very, very seriously, so that our people cannot be affected by the misbehavior of certain mining companies. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The honorable member for Chifuvu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I also join my colleagues in congratulating Dr. Kalila also on his achievement. Congratulations, my brother. Thank you. Honorable Minister, in your submission in the ministerial statement, you have clearly indicated that the mine company in question was given the license in 2019. And from 2019 and the time it started its operations, it means that the people of Kalulushi have suffered excruciatingly at the expense of the breach by this mining company. My question to you, Honorable Minister, when you discharged your team to go and carry out the investigations on the ground, did the team encompass also investigating on the number of people who are affected as a result of this breach? If it was, how many people are affected?
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, I don't know, it's the same question that two honorable members have already asked. I don't know whether I should still go through it, because I think I did answer, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, as we ask questions, first of all, let's listen to the answers so that we don't repeat ourselves. If your question has been asked, then maybe I would suggest that you restrain yourself from asking the same questions. The Honorable Member for Lubanseshi.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and welcome back to Zambia. On behalf of the good people of Rubanseshi constituency, allow me also to congratulate Honorable Dr. Kalila for that election. And my appeal on behalf of the people of Rubanseshi constituency is to see to it that at constituency levels, we see much benefit from these elections, so that through international engagements that will able to see real benefits, especially at the constituency level. My question to the Honorable Minister of Mines: Zambia needs money in terms of supporting national budget, and here you have confirmed that Avogado mine has been closed. Now, the people of Karushi, the people of Zambia, wish to know, as the mine has been closed, what is it that we are expecting during this period, because we need this mine to continue operating so that it can able to continue creating jobs for the Zambian people, and at the same time to provide revenue for this country. Do we see the same company maybe to look at the construction of acid plants, so that that's how sulfur dioxide can be converted into sulfuric acid, and subsequently able to have value to the nation? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member, for that very important question as well. Right now, Madam Speaker, there are technologies in the world. The technology has really improved as how you handle fumes. I think that probably that mine was using archaic methods, because right now there are technologies to really minimize pollution when you are mining. So that mine must make good. It must prove to us that as it mines and provides jobs, it won't be killing the same people through fumes that it is employing or mining for. So the rule and the law is such that they have to make good. They have to prove that if the operations begin, there will not be those fumes, and warnings are given to an extent where it may warrant cancellation of that license if these things are repeated. So, Madam Speaker, we are working closely as Mine Safety Department with ZEMA to make sure that before that license is reinstated, these people really make good of how they'll be handling fumes as they do their processing. So I want to assure the Honourable Member that that is being looked at. We also are very aware of the fact that there are jobs at stake and also revenue to the government. But we have to strike a balance and look after the health of our people, which is first priority before the money. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I see the Honourable Member for Kalulushi is also trying to ask a question, but can only ask one question, unfortunately. But since, no, the rules allow you only one question. But since it's only one question, This is not under the normal question and answer. This is under urgent matter without notice. But I'll use my discretion. You can ask another question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the copper belt would say, "E must speak I." Minister, Madam Speaker, for me really it's not even a question, it's just a statement to the Minister of Mines. Minister of Mines, I think working with your counterparts in the Ministry of Green Economy, looking at the first approach from Zema to avocado mining, which was last year, 4th December 2023, and they did not comply. And again on the 17th of October, they did not comply. Now that you have given us a statement, and obviously a statement from the minister, is government assurance. It means the plant has been shut down as it complies. The people of Kalurushi are not, they're not against the development of the mining sector. What they are against is the issue of the fumes, the issue of drastic effects of these fumes on the people of Kalurushi. My plea on behalf of the people of Kalurushi, that they have caused so much damage, especially to the poor people of Wafwano, who are farmers, who you people give fertilizer so that they can have a livelihood. Will there be any compensation from this company through the Ministry of Mines and the Ministry of Green Economy, especially that they were warned on several occasions and they continuously kept on remitting the fumes? Thank you, Minister.
So it was a comment, but the issue of compensation, the Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Of course, Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the question, and thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, indeed. I think precedent has been set where environmental breaches have been committed, like I think it happened during KCM days, and people were helped by legal fraternity and they were taken to court and people have been compensated. I think that what needs to be done is for the people to come together, those that have been affected by this, and see how probably they can be advised if they have to take avocado mining to court so that compensation is given. Otherwise, you can have the whole Kalurushi, some would even come lying that I'm part of this area. So it's a process that needs to be done so that it is ascertained that really a number of people have been affected and the right people, so that now those issues of compensation, Madam Speaker, can be put in motion. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Minister of Mines, for the answers you are providing. Madam Speaker, I'll be filling in my duties if I do not join my colleagues to congratulate two people. My neighbor here, Honorable Busha, has been appointed Vice President for PF in charge of politics and administration. Congratulations, my brother. And also my dear friend and colleague, Honorable Kalila, for his appointment and elections. Madam Speaker, I've been listening from the Minister of Mines for the answers been providing. And coming from Furila, where there was center, Madam Speaker, I've got keen interest to ask a question. Honorable Minister, the copper belt is full of these mining houses, and issue of...
Honorable members, can we maintain some silence?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, my question, if you look at your collaboration...
Sorry, Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa, there is an indication for a point of order. Honorable Member for Lunte, what's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. Today is a very good day, considering the announcement about Honorable Dr. Kalila. Madam Speaker, I rise on a very serious point of order against my honorable colleague who is on the floor of the House. Madam, my honorable colleague is aware that the Honorable Member of Parliament for Mafinga, Honorable Robert Savinga, made illegal appointments and illegal expulsions in the PF. And the Honorable withdrew those. Is the MP who is debating in order to still maintain that those appointments are effective when the owner who made the appointments actually did withdraw and is aware? I seek your serious ruling, Madam. There is standing order number 71.
Order, honorable members. For what I know, those matters are in court. Whether somebody has withdrawn or not, we cannot comment on them. Let us leave them in court. And also my appeal is, please put your house in order so that we are not unnecessarily drawn into the conflicts. May the honorable member for Bwana Mkubwa continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, my question is anchored on your collaboration with your colleagues from the Ministry of the Green Economy to ensure that we do not deplete the ozone layer, and also that our people in Kalulushi are not affected, because you know the ripple effect, diseases are a long thing, then it's important that we mitigate these issues. But my question, Honorable Minister, is your collaboration effective to the effect that we seem not to really know what is the position vis-a-vis this avocado mining, and how do you intend to increase your collaborations so that other would-be offenders, especially these small Chinese mines and other mining in the copper belt, do not abrogate the law in terms of pollution? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member, for Bwana Mkubwa, Honorable Mwambazi. Madam Speaker, these people that grew up with Mufulira, they were using that center to win football matches. So I don't know why that was on a lighter note, Madam Speaker. They used to say, Maite Iwine Chunglo, using those fumes. And that's why when you look at them, they were similar behavior. That's on a lighter note, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that question is very important. Collaboration with ZEMA is critical. We are one government. We are collaborating very well. And like I said, what we've seen as a weakness is the lack of capacity within the Ministry of Mines in terms of presence. Reporting sometimes takes time, and I would really love to appeal to all the honorable members of Parliament. In case you notice somebody breaching, as was done by the honorable member for Kalulushi, please alert the Ministry of Mines so that we quickly move in. Until we have a very functional regulator, which is the Minerals Commission, we still are going to have some of these misbehavior around. And as representatives of our people, would love you to help us police your constituencies, because these mines are in constituencies. So we would love to appeal to you to work with us, to work with ZEMA, alert us that there is this problem so that we quickly move in as community leaders. Yes, we are collaborating very well, I can assure you, Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me call on the Honorable Member for Kankoyo, because I know he has a similar problem.
I thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first of all, I want to welcome you back. We really missed you the time you were on your official duty, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the ascending of the dock to that size position, Dr. Kadira, it's a confirmation of what the President has been talking about on Zambia's reputation internationally being recognized. These are the fruits of being back in the Champions League.
Order, Honorable Member for Kankolo, there is an indication for a point of order. Honorable Member for Chama South, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Standing order number 73. Madam Speaker, is the Honorable Member for Kankoyo and many others in order to just congratulate Honorable Dr. Kalira when that win was due to your able leadership that you provided there, where there was the special recognition of the achievements which were bestowed on you. Are they in order just to congratulate Dr. Kalira and leaving out the success of your outing by bringing the chairmanship of Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, which is not a mean achievement? Madam Speaker, I seek your serious ruling.
I saw that the Honorable Member for Chama South came in a bit late, but I think let's give credit to the Honorable Members. They have congratulated all of us, including actually the Honorable Member for Chama South. He played a very cardinal role to ensure that the elections were directed in our direction. So congratulations to all the members that participated, and also the support that we received from here at home. Yes, so it's an ongoing process. It started in Arusha, it started a long time ago. Everybody played a role. So thank you very much for that. May the Honorable Member for Kankoyo continue.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. Just like the Honorable has said, it's all because of what President Hakainde Hichilema has been singing about, of restoring the dignity of this country and the citizens. That's why now we're able to aspire and be able to be recognized internationally as Zambians. So for hard-working Zambians and those who deserve, you get the fruits of having a president like President Hakainde Hichilema wherever you go. Now, Madam Speaker, coming to the question, I think the Minister of Mines, I totally agree with him to say, as the mining keeps on being revamped, activities on the copper belt and the mining area, they are going to be beyond what the ministry can do alone. And the solution to having these checks and balances in the mine is the Mineral Regulation Authority. I want to find out from the Minister of Mines, when are we having the Mineral Regulation Authority bill back in Parliament so that we can quickly pass it and incapacitate you to be able to monitor and control mining in Zambia? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kankoyo, and thank you, Madam Speaker. May I cite myself to have been out of order not to congratulate everyone else apart from Dr. Kalila. So may I congratulate the right Honorable Speaker, Madam Speaker, and also the whole delegation that went and represented us so well. So many accolades on you, Madam Speaker, since you assumed that seat. We congratulate you for your leadership. Honorable Member for Kankoyo, we are completely now agreed, even Chamber of Mines, Chinese community and everybody else, on the issues that were contentious within the Minerals Regulation Bill. And I think that we are hoping that it can come together with the Geological Bill in this current sitting, so that they move in tandem and achieve what we wanted to achieve, including local content issues, which were quite topical the last time the bill was being debated. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chilubi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think let me follow suit to congratulate Dr. Kalila, who is a guarantee man for his election. Madam Speaker, my question to the Minister is based on the fact that sulfur, which is locally pronounced as the center, is a pollutant. And what we are dealing with is a pollution question. At Environmental Management Act of 2011, number 12, amended by the one number 8 of 2023, as a provision for a polluter pays principle, which is an environmental principle. I have not heard the minister referring to the polluter pays principle. He has talked about the Mines Commission, which is in offing, and many other factors, and yet the law passed by this parliament is very clear about a polluter in this case, especially under the polluter pays principle of what is supposed to happen. May I seek the answer straight on the particular principle that I've mentioned, Madam Speaker?
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. You have correctly cited that ZEMA must implement the law. So I think that question goes to ZEMA to follow through and implement the law, what they found, and ZEMA must follow what the Act says and implement it. As for the Mine Safety Department, we've done what we are supposed to do, and we have implemented the law according to what the Act says. So I'm sure ZEMA will follow through exactly according to what you're saying. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Usakili.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With your indulgence, congratulations are in order to Honorable Kalira on his elections. Minister of Mines, the sulfur dioxide subject at hand is not a new one. Where we are coming from, we used to have such in Mopani Kitwe and Mopani Mufurira. And its devastating effects are well known. We lost people who were asthmatic. The condition of people with TB worsened. Crops turned yellow and eventually dried. Minister, we are at a time where we are grappling with food security. Sulfur dioxide plus water is sulfuric acid. It is very clear serious pollution to the land has taken place, and this is the farming season when rain mixes with sulfur dioxide. Okay, so there will be no crops in Karurushi, parts of Rufwanyama, parts of Chambeshi. What other interventions are you making in the spirit of multi-sectoral approach with your colleagues in agriculture to ensure that interventions to these farming lands are made so that people can have some food? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I think as Ministry of Mines, we've done our part in terms of effecting the law. The Ministry of Agriculture has its own program where suspected pollution could have taken place over the soils. I think that this government has put in place measures to advise farmers through extension services on, sampling the soils, checking whether they are the right soils to plant in. I may not delve into that so much because I'm the expert, the Minister of Agriculture would be able to explain it better. But I think that that is happening, and especially cases where there is suspected pollution, I think that we will let the Minister to take in interest so that our people can cultivate. As I said, Madam Speaker, we are all leaders in constituencies, and when these things happen, every member of Parliament, including myself in my area, will do well to go to Ministry of Agriculture in my district and tell them where there was suspected pollution, we need to sample the soils and check whether they are really fertile or the crops will be affected or the planting will be affected by suspected pollution. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The last will be the Honorable Member for Mitete.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your kindness. I was worried. I did my congratulatory to you and Dr. Karia earlier on, I would have proceeded to the Vice President politics, but you have guided that they have to put their house in order, whether they are Ukwa, Tonse, or it's up to them. But we congratulate them. My question, Madam Speaker, to you, Minister, you mentioned to say the mine was started 2019. Make me understand, this film, is it only for today, or 2019 it was there, 2020, 2021, or it is just for 2022, 2023, 24? That's when the dangers are being seen. Minister, from the time this mine started operating, or is it because New Dawn government is a responsible government and listening to people? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Mitete, and thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and Honorable Member, the issues of pollution, I'm trying to restrain myself, because during those periods that you've cited were very rampant. It's one of the reasons why people rejected Vedanta at the time. One of the reasons was they polluted. Also, these other mines like at the time Mopani and Glencoe, things were just in confused state. But right now this government is implementing the law, and we will not leave any stone unturned. We will not allow misbehavior in the mining sector, because we know as much as it is the backbone of our economy, it must also make sure that it abides by the law, whoever is doing mining. And like I said, Honorable Member, this time technology is there. It's just that mines were not being supervised properly. But now we want proper supervision even through a regulator. That's why we have pushed in a regulator, because we discovered that there were a lot of gaps. And mines were misbehaving, and there was wanton misbehavior actually by a lot of mining companies. And we discovered that officers at the time were even compromised, like was cited. But now we are bringing in regulation. The Mineral Regulation Authority will bring sanity in terms of checking behavior by mines, and when that is put in place and officers are found wanting who should be able to put these mines to check, there will be no sacred cows. They will be taken out. And as such, I want to confirm with you, yes, this is not the first time this is happening. I live in Chililabombwe. One river was polluted at the time. And Madam Speaker, they went scot-free at the time, until international lawyers had to sue on behalf of the people at the time, because the government didn't care at the time. So, Madam Speaker, we now have a government that cares. Honorable Chipoka, welcome. We have a government that cares, and we are going to follow things to the latter. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. A very interesting discussion indeed. I think even our committees, respective committees, should take interest by way of providing oversight. Please work with the Minister of Green Economy to ensure that these agreements that we sign for mining and what, there is also restoration. Very, very important, but that is very interesting topic that we've just discussed. I have just one more announcement to make. Honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of members of the public from Kanyama constituency in the Lusaka district. Also, the pupils and teachers from Bayuni Secondary School. Also, Tafibwa Secondary School, all from Lusaka. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. You may take your seats. You are welcome. We go back to our business. Questions for oral answer under Standing Order 82. Honorable Member for Resumption.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for permitting the good people of Resumption constituency to ask a question 114.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member MP for Resumption asks the question in two parts: whether the government is aware that the poor internet service and direct cause connectivity being experienced in Luwingu district and the country at large has adversely affected businesses such that they are unable to perform statutory obligations with statutory bodies, thereby leading to unnecessary penalties? And in B, if so, what urgent measures the government is taking to ensure that the problem is resolved? Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that, in A, the government is aware of the poor internet service and direct call connectivity being experienced in Luwingu and the country at large. The House may wish to note that our country has faced one of the most severe droughts in recent years, particularly during the 2023-2024 rain season. This drought has also impacted our energy sector, as the bulk of our electricity is generated from hydro sources. Consequently, the resulting power deficit necessitated by electricity rationing or load shedding to manage the supply side constraint. The information communication technology sector has not been spared from the adverse effects of these power challenges. Many telecommunication sites rely on the national grid as the primary source of power. Most of the sites have both battery capacity as well as generators as backup energy sources. Extended load shedding periods, which at times reach as much as 21 hours, have not only imposed substantial costs for maintaining the network availability, but also placed a strain on the quality of service. Madam Speaker, this situation has been worsened by the strain on the backup diesel generators in some sites that cannot cope with the prolonged usage of over 8 hours and beyond. Consequently, we have observed temporary reduction in service speeds and, in isolated cases, limited network availability. Madam Speaker, in B, in response to these challenges, the government through ZICTA has coordinated with infrastructure companies and mobile network operators to mitigate the impact of load shedding. The key measures implemented include: 1. Cost-sharing arrangements. Infrastructure providers and mobile network operators have jointly implemented cost-sharing agreements to cover additional diesel expenses necessary to maintain service continuity. B. Investment in high-capacity lithium batteries. The industry has
begun investing in high-capacity lithium battery systems which can support network availabilities for extended hours. 3. Policy and investment. The government is enforcing stricter quality of service standards to ensure that service providers deliver reliable and high-quality services by introducing policies to ensure investment in the telecommunication infrastructure and alternative solutions. Madam Speaker, through these efforts, the ICT sector remains committed to maintaining reliable connectivity and minimizing disruptions for consumers and business across Zambia, despite the challenges posed by the ongoing energy situation. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the temporary decline in telecommunication service quality during the periods of load shedding should not be considered a justification for non-compliance with statutory obligation. Looking ahead, these challenges are expected to be effectively addressed through ongoing measures, including the installation of reliable solar solutions for backup. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions, the Honourable Member for Resumption.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for the responses that the Minister has provided. The people of Resumption constituency would like to know what they should do, especially that the government apparently helping our people in terms of social cash transfer, and our people are receiving their monies through mobile phones. And because of this challenge of poor network, it is now forcing our people in Ilwena, Shimumbi, Kandata, Isangano, and the other areas to walk long distances. At times they even use vehicles where they have to pay transport for them to get this social cash transfer, which is a burden and a cost at the same time. Now, the people of Resumption would love to know what urgent measures are they putting to ensure that people, especially who are accessing this social cash transfer, can able to get this money intact. If it's 400 kwacha, they get 400 kwacha, other than covering long distances to withdraw the money. I submit.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, the primary approach is to ensure that we maintain our towers on power for as long as is practically possible. And that is why we have said we have backup facilities migrating to lithium batteries, and also ensuring that our alternative power supply options are maintained. So that is the primary issue. Second, Madam Speaker, is that our members of Parliament have been supplied with Starlink. Starlink has, availability literally all the time. And the reason we provided Starlink is to be able to have continuous internet connectivity, to be able to address the challenges the Honourable Member has alluded to. So I would want you to encourage our people that through Starlink they can do that. And third is simply mobile money as an option to accessing social cash transfer. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Chengi.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Allow me please to congratulate Dr. Kalila. He really deserves that position. Humility attracts good things. Dr. Kalila, Congratulations. I know you can hear. And Madam Speaker, welcome back. Minister, the issue of internet has affected almost every part, the whole country. We do appreciate that it's due to power outages, but these service providers, if Bank of Zambia can use gensets with fuel, why can't they do that as well? Places like Chiengi, Chitunda area where, especially Madam Speaker, we've been waiting for towers to be erected, and those people now, if they want to get the cash that we're talking about, they need to walk about close to 40 kilometers to find a little bit of network. So my question is, why can't you urge these service providers to find an alternatives? I know you spoke about lithium batteries and what, but if other, even the Zambians are finding alternatives, I think they're in a better position to find alternatives in order for continuity of coverage. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member referred to generator sets. We said that we have a three-layered power supply to a typical tower. The main source remains the grid, that is hydro. The second level of source of power is through solar, and the third level of power supply is through gen sets. Now, because of the prolonged power outages from hydro, sometimes going as much as 21 hours, the battery capacities for most of our sites are not sufficiently powered to go beyond 4 to 5 hours. Then two, the gensets were put there for standby power supply, and at the very maximum they can be stretched to 8 hours at the very maximum. It still leaves us a deficit in terms of power supply to a tower. And that is the reason we have said migrating from ordinary batteries to lithium in order to ensure that the full cycle of supply of power to the tower is assured. And this requires investment. And this investment is being placed by the operators, and it will take a bit of time. So yes, our people in the meantime may be inconvenienced. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Confiso.
Madam Speaker, last year the ICT sector contributed 2.6% towards our GDP as a country, and obviously there are other sectors that equally contributed to our GDP. And if this particular sector is not able to contribute significantly due to the reasons that you've given, Honourable Minister, it essentially means that the sum total of what the Minister of Finance gave us as our growth for 2024 will be affected. It means that we will not be able to achieve 6.6% of our GDP growth. And this is why I would want to find out from you, Honourable Minister of Science and Technology. You've mentioned that each site is supposed to have power supply from ZESCO, it's supposed to have power supply from a particular solar system, and the third option is obviously a diesel generator for standby purposes. Is there a regulation that compels these ICT players to have these available options on site, so that at the end of the day, the people of Lubansenshi can have access to power, and consequently access to ICT services. Madam Speaker, that is my follow-up question.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you for that question. Indeed, we grew 2.6% GDP, and we anticipate that our contribution this year, notwithstanding the challenges that we are facing, is going to grow by 40%, because our availability is still above 90%, despite the challenges that we are facing. So, Madam Speaker, this came as a major stress, and the investment into the options may take a bit of time. Notwithstanding regulation is there, but for regulation to be effected, it requires physical investment being placed in lithium batteries. It requires upgrades of generators. So you can have as strong regulation as you want. If there's no cash, there is no cash. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Resumption.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, as you might be aware that the government depended so much on the technology in terms of collecting revenue, where now even ZRA has encouraged most of taxpayers to try, excuse me, Madam Speaker, platforms to do with internet, and in an event that there is no internet, it means that even the collection of revenue definitely will be highly affected, and some, like companies, will be also highly affected and experience penalties. For instance, if it's monthly returns, you find that if there is no internet, meaning the companies will not submit the monthly returns. Now, you have talked about some of the interventions that you have shared with us, but I would like to find out from you, how do we expect ZRA to treat its clients in terms of compliance, knowing fully that this is not the fault for the customers or companies in this case, but because it's something that is beyond their clients? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me start by saying that the growth in revenue that ZRA has experienced last year and this year is mainly because of the efficiencies of the technology that ZRA has put in place, including the electronic and digital invoices. That is what is boosting the revenue. And also, ZRA recognizes the challenges that its customers are facing, arising mainly out of the power deficit that we have got. So ZRA is taking practical steps to ensure the conveniency and efficiency of payments, to ensure that they minimize as much as possible the transaction cost. And also they have allowed other payment platform options, including paying through the banks, including paying through the mobile money. But on top of that, ZRA has allowed, in particular for VAT, that you can delay up to 18 days, and for pay-as-you-earn, up to 10 days. And on top of that, ZRA, on a case-by-case basis, will consider those penalties but have not declared an amnesty. So from our perspective, ZRA is taking practical measures to mitigate the inconvenience that may arise in those circumstances where the taxpayer is inconvenienced. And so that five-layered approach is actually proving useful in order to anchor the revenue collection by ZRA. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at time. We look like we are running behind time. Those who still want to ask questions can continue to engage the Honorable Minister of Technology and Science so that we can cover more ground. And Honorable Members, please, as you ask your questions, do not debate so that we allow as many members to ask questions. Next question, the Honorable Member for Isoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing the people of Isoka to ask question number 115. Thank you.
There is an indication for a point of order on you. Honorable Member for Chitambo, what's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, I rise on a very serious point of order. Last week in this House, I brought an urgent question without notice on this same matter that the Minister has just answered. And I know that, Madam Speaker, you were away attending to important issues. I was told to take advantage of the urgent question which was on the floor of the House, which is the same one. Today, this same matter was brought by the Honorable Member for Mwandi. And we thought we could utilize this question because that was the guidance given to ask the question. Now that, Madam Speaker, due to time, you have said we cannot furthermore ask, I need your serious ruling on what we can do because we need answers to be provided to the people who are working for cash for work, who are not getting paid because of network challenges, and those who are also on social cash transfer, who are not getting paid because of network challenges. I think we needed to have time to ask so that we can be provided with answers. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
So your point of order is on the presiding officer? We have an order paper before us. That's why I was saying that there is a lot of interest. And the problem that I see with honorable members, when you stand up to ask questions, you debate instead of asking the question. So we are using more time in debating instead of asking questions. And from my assessment, the questions and the answers are more or less the same. So that's why I use my discretion that we have exhausted. But honorable member for Chitambo, if you want to ask more questions, the honorable Minister of Technology and Science is there. I'm sure over a cup of tea you can ask. Or you can even move a motion or do something. Ask another question. Maybe more time will be provided. But we need to make progress. As you can see, time is 15:59. We only have another 40 minutes before we adjourn for break. So the Honorable Acting Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to respond to Honorable Nakaponda, who asked the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development the following questions. A, when the construction of Mbesuma Bridge on the Isoka-Mbesuma-Kasama Road will be completed? B, what the cause of the delay in completing the project is? And C, whether the construction will be completed before the rains intensify to prevent the bridge from being washed away. Our response, Madam Speaker. A, construction of the Mbesuma Bridge on the Isoka-Mbesuma-Kasama Road in Muchinga Province will be completed once the contractor for the works has been engaged. B, the cause of the delay in completing the project is due to inadequate funding. C, the time frame for completing the remaining works on the bridge is 2 years from commencing the works, subject to sustained funding from the Treasury. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Isoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I'm grateful for your response to this August House, but I would like to remind you that not too long ago, you were assuring us on how your ministry will finish the long-awaited promise. I'm very surprised that up to now, we are still getting the same feedback. Honorable Minister, in case you have forgotten, this road in question is very important economically. And as it connects Muchinga and the northern province, it becomes very difficult and expensive in the rain season for our people to conduct their agricultural and economical businesses to earn their living, because Chambeshi River that separates the two provinces become overflowed such that even the available pontoon can't be reached to cross over. Now my question to you, Honorable Minister, is for how long are we going to be losing lives and businesses because of this same problem? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
It will not be long, Madam Speaker. The works will commence in 2025 and expected to be completed in 2026.
There is an indication for a point of order. Honorable Member for Bangwedu, what is the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The point of order is against the Government Chief Whip, Standing Order number 48, from A to G. Madam Speaker, the Government's Chief Whip not too long ago, if not yesterday, issued a circular encouraging his ministers and provincial ministers and members of Parliament to be attending Parliament. Yeah. But if you look at the front bench, Madam Speaker, you will see that the Chief Whip has failed to achieve or the Honorable Chief Whip has failed to enforce his own circular. Madam Speaker, is he in order to just sit quietly there, looking at me, smiling, failing to do his duties? I submit, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. I think I read the circular also, but there are some members of Parliament who have asked to be excused. Some ministers who have travelled have signed a few forms to join virtually. I can see that there are some members who have joined us virtually, although some of them look tired. Honorable Member for Kapoche. I don't know if he is recovering from some jet lag or something. So they are here, the honorable members are here, but honorable members, I think this calls on us to be disciplined. We need to be disciplined by making sure that we attend Parliament in good time. We stop running commentaries, because that's what our standing orders demand of us. So if we cannot discipline ourselves, how do we expect the people we represent to respect us and to have the trust in us that we are going to represent them effectively to the best of our ability? I think it remains in all of us to start with the self-introspection, that self-discipline. Running commentaries are not allowed, the standing orders are very clear. Coming late, not allowed, the standing orders are very clear. But we keep on doing the same things. So it calls on all of us, not just the government chief, but all of us to take personal responsibility. So we can proceed. The Honorable Acting Minister, I don't even know where we were. The Honorable Acting Minister of Infrastructure, did you answer?
I responded,
You responded, okay, thank you very much. So we go to the next question. The Honorable Member for Chinsali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I would like to find out the stage at which we are in terms of contracting the contractor who is supposed to work on this very important Mbesuma bridge. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I indicated, the works will resume in 2025, entailing that the whole processes of contracting is very advanced. So please take note that 2025 will be resuming the works.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinso.
A follow-up question to the Acting Minister of Infrastructure. You have confirmed that the works will start next year, 2025, and will be completed in a period of 24 months, meaning 2026. Are you able to confirm through this particular question if provision has been made in the national budget for 2025 for these works to be undertaken? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to confirm to my colleague and the people of Isoka and generally the people of Muchinga that the Treasury through our DA has set aside funds in the 2025 road sector annual work plan that will be applied to cover eligible payments for the construction of Mbesuma Bridge.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kasama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my question has been taken over by Kamfinsa. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Isoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, since you previously reported that the RDA was funded to complete the road and the bridge, how much money has been released and when is it going to be released? I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, I tend to think that my colleague did not hear my response. I mentioned that money has been provided for in the 2025 annual work plan for RDA. I did not talk about releasing money.
The Honorable Member wants to know how much.
Madam Speaker, I would not want to start discussing the budget. It's procedural.
Honorable Member for Isoka, the budget is still being considered, so cannot be discussed. The Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the people of Isoka, I would want to say they are so expectant and expect you to be on the ground, as you have said, in 2025. The question that I have for you at the moment is, how safe is the pontoon which they are using at the moment? I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister for Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, the pontoon is relatively safe.
Thank you. Next question, the Honorable Member for Bangweulu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 116.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me join colleagues who have congratulated the Honorable Member of Parliament for Lukulu for the milestone achievement of the CT1 under the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. In the same token, I want to pass my condolences to the PF party for having lost a dear friend of ours who interred yesterday, Dr. John Gwata Piri, at Leopards Hill Memorial Park. My sincere condolences. How I wish many of you were there. I saw that there was absence at your own funeral. Madam, the Honorable MP for Bangweulu, Honorable Kasandwe, is asking the Minister of Local Government at A, whether government is aware that the inordinate delays in the appointment of members of the Constituent Development Fund committees in Zambia district is hampering government's development agenda, and that B, if so, what urgent measures are being taken to expedite processes as to avert the CDF allocations to the constituencies in the district from being returned to the Treasury. Madam, the government isn't aware of any inordinate delays in the appointment of members of the Constituent Development Fund Committee in Zambia district. I wish to inform the House that in accordance with Section 4 of the Constituent Development Fund Act number 1 of 2024, the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development issued an instruction to local authorities to reconstitute all the CDF committees, giving 3 months period effective 12th of August 2024. Madam, by the 18th of September, Zambia Town Council had submitted proposed names of the CDF committee for approval, and by the 13th of October 2024, these names were approved. Therefore, I would say there is no inordinate delay as the approval was done within the stipulated time. I wish to state here now that on Friday, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Bangweulu raised a point of order where he made an indication, and it was only at that time that we were aware that there were challenges in its constituency. As outlined above, I would like to state that the challenge that he pronounced on that day has since been resolved by the Minister of Luapula after he and I, and also I spoke to the Minister of Luapula to find out why there were these delays, one, and why the names of the members of the CDFC were that on the list that was approved were at variance with the names that were originally proposed by the Member of Parliament. I thank you.
Supplementary questions, the Honorable Member for Bangweulu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, I just want to find out what your government would do to the people that deliberately and willingly decide to mislead the minister and alter the names that are submitted by the local authority. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to concede that there was a problem in Zambia when we dug out the information that we needed in order to arrive at resolving the concern of the Honorable Area Member of Parliament. we found out indeed that the list that had been submitted to the minister's office and duly approved within the stipulated time was different from the one that the MP had nominated. We went into the fact finding, and there are a few things that were revealed to us. One, Bangweulu constituency or Zambia district lost its council secretary in the last 3 months. And a new one is there, Mr. Kachenjela from Mumbwa. So we are trying our best to find out at which stage and what the motive was for anyone to go against the law, because the formulation, composition of the CDF committee is cast in the law. And therefore, anybody tampering with the provisions of that commits an offense. But what should be a consolation to the Honorable Member of Parliament and to those that may be affected in this same regard is that our eyes are wide open, and maybe to take advantage of this platform that I have to tell our officers that we shall not allow you to mutilate the law that is made here at the People's Assembly by creating these changes that are now causing a headache and shenanigans between our people in the constituencies. I would also want to say to our citizens that the provision of the law is very clear. If you do not have the appointment from the relevant people that are prescribed in the law, do not go and sit on these CDF committees, because you'll be sitting there illegally. On the part of the minister, I would like to just say maybe to all the provincial minister that ever since the delegation of authority to sign these CDF approvals left my office, what I used to do in the case of the CDFC committees was to check the letter that was signed by the council secretary against the letter that they want me to sign, in order to check that no alterations had been done. And similarly, even the approved projects, when they do come to the provincial office for approval, just make sure that what is written on the file, because they'll give you a whole file, flip the pages to the commencement point. See what the WDCs recommended, see what the CDFC recommended before you append your signature. Because by nature, human beings can be manipulative, and they'll make you sign a document that really ought not to be signed. So we must be on the lookout to make sure that these vices do not happen. I want to confess here again, Madam Speaker, because of the manner in which Dr. Chitalu Chilusha is looking at me, he also sounded the same complaint that Honorable Anthony Kasandwe presented before me. So it appears that Luapula was a case in point, and the minister was taken advantage of being new, and he may have signed the approvals without making sure that the submission of the district and sub-district structures were in conformity with what they presented for him to sign. I want to state again that this matter has now since been resolved, but members of Parliament, dear colleagues, be on the lookout to make sure that you also move in tandem with the processes to make sure that this doesn't go past you, because half the time we are here at the Assembly of the People, and you will find that things have been changing there if you are out of touch with the processes. Thank you.
Thank you. I see there is a lot of interest, but the matter having been resolved, I don't know if we should flog a dead horse. But the Honourable Member for Kamfisa.
I thank you once again, Madam Speaker. I know the matter has been resolved, but I wish to take advantage of this very, very important matter. Minister of Local Government, we had a law before this new law. And once the new law was passed by this noble House of Parliament, new regulations obviously had to be communicated to our officers on how the process of determining who sits on the CDF committee will be done. And arising from those regulations or a circular, I would want to find out, Madam Speaker, did your ministry at your level, did you indicate to our officers, because there are those that are privileged to be following what you are telling them. You've just issued a warning. But there are those who may not be aware, Minister, that there's something you've stated on the floor of this House. So is there a circular that you've generated reminding our officers of what they are supposed to do, so that MPs are able to accept the new regulations? Because now there will be fear that there's something that needs to be done other than what is in the law. Madam Speaker, that is a very important follow-up question, and I hope that the Minister will use this opportunity to make that clarification. I thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you very much, Honourable Member of Parliament for Kamfinsa. The matter that is under discussion is actually not a matter of a regulation or a rule. It is a matter of legislation. The issue of the composition and how it's done of the CDFC committee is cast in the subsidiary law called the CDF Act. And therefore, it doesn't require any further regulations. Regulations are churned out for things that support the law. And these are things that you can change any time without having to come here to the House to legislate. And I can confirm that we have sent countless circulars from my ministry each time we see things not working as we envisage them to work. Sometimes we have gone ahead of our time, and sometimes we've got it right. So regulations shall forever be there, because they change from time to time, and easily so, whereas what is cast in the law cannot just be changed by an individual, as the case happened in Zambia. And so, yes, we have a duty, all of us, to make sure that our people, especially our operatives in the local councils, do not become misadventurous by thinking that they can do something to advantage one and disadvantage another and get away with it. So the onus is on all of us to make sure that we play our role to ensure that the processes are moving very smoothly. And we are very delighted, Honorable Kasandwe, for the matter that you brought before us. For had you not brought it before us, we would never have known, because we don't know the people who live in Zambia ourselves. Even the minister who's domiciled in Mansa, and Mansa itself where he lives, he doesn't know the officers that you elected as members to sit on the CDFC committee. So it's always just so prudent. Maybe what we should do going forward is that when the council secretary is sending out any circular, any letter, they must make sure that they CC the Honourable Member of Parliament, so that we are all moving together.
Order, Honourable Members, let's make progress. Questions for oral answer, understanding Order 80. The Honourable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will come back and goods to Dr. Kalila for that election. Question number 117. Thank you.
The Honourable Acting Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Nyimba, Menyanzulu, asked the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development the following questions. A, whether the government has any plans to construct a bridge across the Chanda River on the Nyimba-Lwembe Road in Nyimba Parliamentary constituency. B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. C, what the estimated cost of the project is. And D, If there are no such plans, why? In response to the questions raised, Madam Speaker, our response is as follows. A, the government has plans to construct a bridge across the Chanda River on Nyimba-Luembe Road in Nyimba Parliamentary constituency. B, the plans will be implemented once the Treasury secures the funds. C, the estimated cost for the construction of the bridge is 2.5 million kwacha. D, taking into account what I've said above, D falls away. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, Acting Minister. Chanda River caters people over 20,000 crossing from Senior Chief Luembe to Nyimba. This bridge in question, in the last 6 months or a year or so, it has been at a procurement level and funding level. And practically, Minister, you and I know that it's not about the money issue, it's about the competence issue. The money is available for this job. Why is the bridge not being constructed? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unlike what my colleague has indicated, the real issue is money. The money is not available. We will only be able to construct this particular bridge once we are funded by the Treasury. Currently, there is no money, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Nyimba, you have another question or you are done?
Okay, Madam Speaker, I have a question now. Minister, you agree that this was connectivity, load connectivity loads which were left, which were done by World Bank, and you and I, we know that the information that this bridge was supposed to be done by World Bank, then the contractor was doing this road, didn't put into consideration to construct Chanda Bridge, and practically between the consultant and RDA, they have been pushing and trying to look for a vote. If one of the votes have this, they have the money in this, for the bridge. And the last meeting was that the money was available in the emergency votes, and 2 bridges were supposed to be constructed, the one which was washed away, and Chanda, which was supposed to have been constructed and was left out in the initial construction. So, Minister, how is it that today we'll be talking about Treasury funding us money, but when we know that this money is coming from World Bank and the vote for the money, it's still available? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I sympathize with my big brother. I know he's a very good, very capable minister. We've just put him under pressure because this is not his ministry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Acting Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've noted that my colleague is giving me answers to the question which he raised himself. But on the part of government, this is the answer we are giving, that we are looking for money from the Treasury. If he has other information pertaining to this particular project, let him come to my office, we'll discuss and find a way of resolving the matter.
Thank you. So, Honorable Member for Nyimba, please, you've been invited to visit the Minister's office to discuss those funds which you say you are available. Next question, the Honorable Member for Milanzi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The people of Milanzi are asking question 118.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me also start by congratulating Honorable Kalila for that great achievement. Congratulations also to our new and able leaders seated somewhere. Congratulations. Madam Speaker, The Member of Parliament for Honorable Piri asked the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation whether government has any plans to construct dams in Kawaza and Katumba chiefdoms in Milazi Parliamentary constituency, and if so, when the plans will be implemented. B, how many dams are earmarked for construction in each chiefdom, and C, if there are no such plans, why? Madam Speaker, in response to the questions asked by Honorable Piri, I wish to inform this House as follows. A, government has plans to construct dams in Milan's parliamentary constituency, and indeed, Madam Speaker, government has been undertaking a program to construct small dams across the country with the aim of harvesting water resources to ensure their availability for socio-economic development. Madam Speaker, in 2015, the Ministry identified 924 potential sites for small dams across the country, and 12 potential sites were identified in Milazi constituency, out of which 6 are in Kawaza chiefdom. The potential sites include Chiringondi, Kasumpe, Walilanji, Katuila, Kafumbwe, and Walalata. Sites within Katumba chiefdom are yet to be identified. The program to identify sites is an ongoing one, and the Ministry will continue identifying new damming sites in all areas. B, Madam Speaker, the plans will be implemented once feasibility studies, detailed engineering designs, and costings are completed and the budgetary allocation made. It is envisaged, however, that some of these dams will be constructed in the 2025-2026 budget year. C, Madam Speaker, the number of dams to be constructed in each chiefdom will only be determined after conducting these feasibility studies and detailed engineering designs and costings. On D, Madam Speaker, as mentioned earlier, government indeed has plans to construct dams in Milanzi constituency. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Chilubi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to find out whether the Ministry is considering involvement of the local authority in identifying sites within Milanzi.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, yes indeed. In actual fact, the Ministry of Water Development and Sanitation works very, very closely with the Ministry of Local Government and Housing, not only in providing our people with water, but obviously several measures like water harvesting. You will be glad to note, actually, the local government is a shareholder in all our commercial utilities. So by and large, the local government is a very big partner with the Ministry of Local Government and Housing. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Milanzi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you have mentioned that identification of sites where dams are to be constructed in Milanzi has taken place, and that feasibility studies will be taken. I just wanted to know, when are these feasibility studies will be completed, but also how many dams are to be constructed in the 2025 budget.
The Honorable Minister of Water Development and Sanitation.
Madam Speaker, let me assure the Member of Parliament that government is doing everything possible to ensure that the water stress most areas are experiencing in the country will be taken care of, Milanzi included. I want to confirm with you, Honorable Member of Parliament, that the Ministry actually in some areas already engaged consultants to do these feasibility studies. In Milanzi in particular, engineers from the Ministry will be visiting your area soon to ensure that we start collecting the necessary data for these feasibility studies so that we can do detailed engineering and drawings and obviously costing so that the necessary budget allocation is made for the construction of these dams. So we will be updating you as we go along. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me also join the others to welcome you back to the House and also congratulate Dr. Kalila for a well-deserved appointment. The follow-up question that I have for you, anyway, I have the floor. You were elected, Dr. Kalila. Congratulations. We are proud of you because you are very generous to us, especially newcomers. Madam Speaker, the question that I have for you, he tells us how to conduct ourselves in the House. And he shares his secrets that don't turn against your party. That's why everyone here loves him. So we are happy that you give us the courage to remain where we are. Honorable Minister of Water, and I don't know, now you have even confused me. The question that I have for you is that you indicated in your answer that 2015, 915 dams were earmarked countrywide. And I know that in Lundazi we are also cited some dams. So taking advantage of the question which has been given by the Honorable Member of Milanzi, I would want to find out from you, sitting in that ministry, out of these 915 dams, how many have you been able to do during your tenure in office as UPND? I submit.
The Honorable Minister of Water, Development and Sanitation.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for that very, very important question. And obviously I sympathize with the Member of Parliament for the initial sentiments. I can only imagine, maybe because there is a new leadership, Honorable Ubusha and the Vice President Ubusha and President Chavinga and Madam Speaker, we have done a substantial amount of work. Most of this work actually has been to ensure that the feasibility studies are completed. However, there are a lot of dams we will be commissioning soon. The drive to ensure that the water harvesting speaks to reducing the water stress is going on. As to the exact numbers, Madam Speaker, we will come back to the House and update her. But I'm also inviting you to my office so that I give you specific answers. As you know, this is a constituency-based question. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Next question, the Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. As the time is 16:40 40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
Good afternoon. Thank you for still being with us on Parliament Television. The House has just taken a 20-minute health break, and at the time business was being suspended. On the floor of the House was Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Chingan Yuki, who was just about to ask his question to the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, and that's question for oral answer understanding order 80. We now take a look at business that has been considered from the time business resumed at 14:30 hours. Yes, as when business resumed, Madam Speaker did make some announcements. In the first announcement, Madam Speaker informed the House that Dr. Christopher Kalila, Member of Parliament for Lukulu East, was elected chairperson of the Executive Committee of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, CPA. Dr. Kalila MP emerged victorious after beating two other contenders, Dr. Zainab Ngimba MP, member of the Nigeria House of Representatives, and Honorable Arthur Eugene Hoda, State Council MP, Speaker of the House of Assembly of Barbados. Madam Speaker went on to state that the position of chairperson of the Executive Committee is the highest elective position of the CPA. She took the opportunity on behalf of the House and on her own behalf to congratulate Dr. Kalila MP for his great achievement. She said she was confident that with his vast experience and impeccable leadership, he will propel the CPA to greater heights. In the other announcement, Madam Speaker recognized the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Mercyland Christian School in Lusaka District, also teachers and pupils from Bayuni Secondary School and Tafingwa Secondary School in Lusaka District. And so, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly welcomed the visitors to the National Assembly. Madam Speaker also recognized the presence in the public gallery of members of the public from Kanyama constituency. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly welcomed the guests to the National Assembly. Madam Speaker also recognized the presence in the Speaker's Gallery of staff from the National Assembly of Namibia. And Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly received and welcomed the guests to the National Assembly. So that's just about some of the business that has been considered from the time business resumed. We will give you the details of the other business that has been considered at a later stage, but just now we take a break.
My name is Honorable Dr. Christopher Kalila, MP, Member of Parliament for Lukulu East, Parliamentary constituency. Lukulu East is in Western Province, approximately 700 to 750 kilometers westwards, and after Kaoma you go northwestwards. So Lukulu is one constituency and one district. According to the 2022 census of population, it's currently housing more than 96,000 inhabitants in terms of the population, and I must say that it's sparsely populated with roughly about 14 persons per square kilometer. So that's basically about the constituency. Most of the people suffer from chronic poverty, with poverty estimated somewhere around 85% of most of the people live below the poverty datum line. And also, according to the sub-national analysis report of 2019 from the Ministry of National Planning at the time, it is reported that extreme poverty stands at around 70%. So you can see that the main challenge obviously is chronic poverty in that constituency, being a typical rural constituency. So as a Member of Parliament there, I got elected in 2011 on the MMD ticket at the time, but I was not the first time to the National Assembly, having been there earlier as a nominated Member of Parliament from 2008 to 2011, and then in 2011 I contested a seat, and I've been in the National Assembly since then. So in short, I've been elected 3 times by the people of Lukulu, and then I've also been a nominated member once. So if you like, in the National Assembly, this is my 4th term, but in the constituency, it is my 3rd term. So I must say that I've been around for a while, and I wish to pay glowing tribute and gratitude to the people of Lukulu, who have always found me very useful to answer to the development challenges, to represent them here, to be able to participate in national political affairs at their behest. So I say thank you very much to them. Of course, in 2016 I made a switch from the Movement for Multi-Party Democracy and joined the United Party for National Development. So I've been a member of Parliament of the UPND a 2nd time. I'm a family man, happily married to one wife, Nora, and we have 3 lovely children, 1 son and 2 daughters. Our youngest daughter is 17. She's just matriculated from Kapiri Technical Girls School with flying colors in all 8 subjects. So basically, that is from my side as a family man. In terms of my professional and education background, I'm a medical doctor by profession, fully registered with the Medical Health and Professions Council, having graduated from the University of Zambia Medical School somewhere around 1993, did internship at the University Teaching Hospital, and left to join the private sector initially with Zambia State Insurance Corporation, who were running medical services at the time, and after that I went into private practice as a general practitioner on the Copper Belt until 2008, when I was called to National Affairs by the late President Rupia Banda as a nominated Member of Parliament and subsequently appointed as a Deputy Minister. I held 3 portfolios in that government, having Deputy Minister of Youth and Sports, and after a year I was transferred to the Ministry of Works and Supply, again for another year, and subsequently to the Ministry of Health, where I was Deputy Minister to Honorable Kapembwa Simbao until the elections of 2011. So basically, that is to sum up exactly my political journey as well as my family life and professional background. From the time that I took over as a Member of Parliament in Lukulu East, I think many people attest to the fact that we have made tremendous improvements to the living conditions of our people, especially in the education sector and also especially in the health sector. When I took over the constituency, I think we only had probably 3 or 4 secondary schools. Today we are sitting with 20 secondary schools, and we are only second to Mongu, which is, as you know, is the provincial capital, and very soon we intend to surpass Mongu because of the fact that we now have the Constituency Development Fund. When I took over, I think we had probably not more than 8 health facilities, but today we have 25. 1 modern district hospital, we also have 1 mini hospital and 23 health centers. So I believe that the people of Lukulu, working through me, have made tremendous strides in the health sector, and they have also made tremendous slides in the education sector. Apart from that, when I took over, the entire district was not connected to the national electricity grid. But today, as I speak, the district is connected to the national electricity grid, and this has made life easier, particularly for our public institutions like our hospitals. Currently, we still have challenges in the water sector. The access to clean and safe drinking water is still very much a challenge. We have the biggest challenge which is very well known even in this house, and also for those that are interested in the political affairs and development affairs of Lukulu. The biggest challenge is the Katunda Watopa Mumbeji Road. This is the main trunk road that cuts through 3 to 4 constituency. The bulk of it is in my constituency, Lukulu. I think if you were to ask anybody in Lukulu currently that what are the 2 most challenges that the people would like to be addressed, top on the list will be the road, this very Katunda Lukulu Watopa Road. Secondly is access to clean and safe drinking water. So with the arrival of the Constituency Development Fund, we believe that the sky is the limit for us. We have used the entire 2022 mostly on building classroom blocks all over the constituency, mostly on building health facilities, mostly on sinking boreholes. We have also empowered communities with loans, we have empowered communities with grants, and we have actually exhausted the entire 2022 Constituency Development Fund. We have just finished expending the 2023 Constituency Development Fund, where we have given out all the loans, given out all the grants. We are just about to advertise finally for more classroom blocks, bridges, 1 mini hospital, and several other classroom blocks and health posts. So as I said, that although our journey, our march towards improving the socio-economic lives of our people started way back when I took over in 2008, the CDF has come to us like manna from heaven. We believe that we are now going to start sprinting. So in terms of water, we believe that being one of the biggest challenges, this is where we come in ourselves. So we have procured, or rather we are in the process of procuring a water drilling rig so that we are able to do it ourselves. So with the arrival, once the procurement process is over, I can only assure my people that challenges of water will be a thing of the past, because we'll be able to provide safe and clean water ourselves. If not on a village-to-village basis, we'll be able to do water reticulation in the entire district. Thereafter, we'll be able to hire out this machine to the surrounding constituencies and raise the extra revenue for the council. In terms of the road, obviously, it's a national development challenge. We are in discussion and dialogue with our colleagues in the executive. That is the minister responsible for finance and national planning, the minister responsible for infrastructure, and we have been assured that steps are being taken to ensure that before the end of 2026 that this road is attended to or upgraded to bituminous standard as is commonly referred to. So we think that we are on course, and I think out of the 19 constituencies in Western Province, a fact which many people may not know, we are actually in the top 10. People may not know that, but this is backed by facts which are available at the Ministry of Finance and National Planning through that report that I fairly referred to. That report lists all the constituencies from the best constituency up to the worst constituency. In that report, you will find that we are, in terms of the province, we are in the top 10. In the country, we are somewhere around number 66, if I'm not mistaken. So you can see that we've been working very quietly, because we believe that making noise is not necessarily delivering. My word to our people is that let's continue to work together as you have done. Let's continue to put our heads and our minds together, particularly to my colleagues in the Lukulu Town Council, the CDF committee, to all the youth, to all the women, to all the headmen, that let's continue as before, and as I have never let them down, I'll still not let them down.
Julian Inyemba. Those were my names given by my parents. But I have a very funny name, a nickname, which was given to me by my father, Mfanki. This is the name which I'm known even in the constituency. Even by the little girl, I'm known by this name, the nickname. But it is not on my professional papers, neither on my NRC. Then in the teaching fraternity, because I was a teacher, I'm known as Mrs. Kapia, because I was married to Mr. Kapia. So when you go in the teaching fraternity, I'm Mrs. Kapia. When you go to the constituency of Chifunabuli, I am Funky. When you come to Parliament and on a professional level, certificates, it's Julian Inyemba. I'm a widow. My late husband, Mr. Luishazi Constantino Kapia, died in 1991. He was working here at National Assembly. I'm a mother of two, a girl and a boy. A girl aged 32 and a boy aged 30. I went to Mansa Teachers Training College after completing grade 12 or Form 5 at that time from Zambia Secondary School, because first of all I went to Luwe Primary School for the Catholics. Then I qualified.
Good afternoon and welcome back. Shortly we will cross back for the live parliamentary proceedings. Currently the House is still on a 20 minutes health break, and at the time business was being suspended for the 20 minutes break. On the floor of the House was Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Chinga Miyutu. He was about to ask the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development a question in two parts. In part A, what the rate of loan repayments under the Constituency Development Fund loan facility was countrywide as of August 2024, and in B, what measures the government has put in place to enhance the repayment of the loans. And I must make mention that this question is under questions for oral answer under Standing Order 80. These are questions of ordinary nature.
Yes, and still to come on the order paper, we have a motion that is expected to be moved by Katombola Member of Parliament, Dr. Clement Andeleki, urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance on the accession of the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, aiming at the abolition of death penalty for the fourth session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th November 2024.
And we also expect a resumption of debate on a motion of supply, a motion of 5th November 2024. This motion was moved by the Minister of Finance and National Planning, urging that the House do now resolve into Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2025 to 31st December 2025, presented to the National Assembly in September 2024.
Yes, and so anytime from now we expect business of the House to resume. And so far on the order paper, the House has considered 3 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 82 and 2 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 18. We'll be able to share with you details of what will be considered. Just now we take you to the floor of the House. Good afternoon. You are still watching Parliament television. Bells are ringing. It seems the quorum hasn't yet been formed. It is a requirement that 1/3 of members of Parliament must be present in the House for any business to transact. And so once the quorum has been formed, we expect business of the House to resume.
And we do expect Mr. Chinga Miyutu, who is Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, to ask his question to the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. And this is a question which is a question for oral answer under Standing Order 80. a question of ordinary nature. He wants to know in A, what the rate of loan repayments under the Constituency Development Fund loan facility was countrywide as of August 2024, and then B, what measures the government has put in place to enhance the repayment of the loans.
And still to come, we expect the House to consider a motion that is expected to be moved by Katombola Member of Parliament, Dr. Clement Andedeki, urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance on the accession of the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, aiming at the abolition of the death penalty for the fourth session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th November 2024. Just now we take you to the chamber.
Order. When business was suspended, the House was about to start considering question number 119 on the order paper, asked by the Honorable Member for Kalabo Central. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If others did it, why can't we did it? Congratulations to Honorable Kalila for winning that position. He has did it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 119.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam, thank you once again for the opportunity. Madam, I want to just quickly apologize to the House for appearing to be discriminatory in the manner we are offering congratulations to our colleague, Honorable Christopher Kalila, Dr. Kalila, on his achievement. And losing sight of achievements that have been made, even with our colleagues on the other side. I want to apologize to the Honorable MP for Chipangali for sounding not sensitive to his new achievement of being the Vice President of the Patriotic Front, Honorable Andrew Lubusha. I congratulate you, colleague, with all my heart, and to congratulate the entire political party of PF for the mutation. You see, the PF party has now got us used to change of leadership like quicksilver. And by the time this run is over, I'm sure everyone will have tested a high management position. As things are, we have had 4 presidents in 1 year. Mr. Miyutu, the MP for Kalabo Central, is asking the Minister of Local Government at A, what the rate of loan repayment under the Constituency Development Fund loan facility was countrywide as of August 2024. At B, what the measures government is putting in place to enhance the repayment of loans. In response to the Honorable Member, Honorable Mr. Miyutu, I wish to inform the House as follows. The rate of the loan repayment under Constituency Development Fund repayment facility countrywide as at 2024 August was only 5.3%, as 19,496,870 has so far been recovered against the disbursement.
Order, honorable members. Order. You may continue.
Thank you.
Member.
Can I repeat just for clarity's sake?
Yes.
Thank you. The rate of loan repayment under the Constituency Development Fund loan repayment facility countrywide as at August 2024 was only 5.3%, as 19,496,870,095 kwacha has so far been recovered from the disbursed 368,100,000 183,983 kwacha 85 ngwe. At B, Madam Speaker, the key measure that government is instituting to enhance the repayment of the CDF loan component is to review the CDF guidelines to address the challenges of inadequate punitive measures for those who default as loan beneficiaries. This process has since commenced and involves consultation of various stakeholders. Other measures, Madam Speaker, include inter alia, intensive follow-up through local authorities to ensure that these loans are repaid. 2, intensified on-spot monitoring and evaluation by local authorities to ensure that there is compliance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, out of the 368 million plus, only 19 million plus has been recovered. Madam Speaker, it's known that the UPND New Dawn government has prioritized the reduction or working on the pace of reducing poverty in our rural areas. No wonder you can see how much money has been disbursed. However, Honorable Minister, wouldn't the government be in the right position to come up with a relevant office which can be a credit office that will be specifically designated to cater for loan recovery? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, I have my doubt in my mind if there's any bona fide, more credible institution to manage loans other than a commercial bank, as the case is today. Let me give a little bit of background and some perspective, Madam. When the Constitutional Development Fund was increased to the level where it is today, a subcommittee was constituted by Madam Speaker, and it was chaired by the Honorable MP for Chuangandu, if I'm not mistaken, where it was decided that members of Parliament moved to remove that loan component from the council and take it to the bank. The reason for that, Madam Speaker, was that recalling of loans, pushing for compliance of loans by the office of the Member of Parliament, or the council indeed, where the MP is an integral player, was observed to be a self-endangering exercise, where members said we don't want to be involved in loan repayment. I have been on the floor of this House before in the case of Mazabuka, where I am the Member of Parliament, and I did challenge the loan beneficiaries to a meeting. And I've said this before, that sometimes it doesn't pay to fear your electorates, especially those who borrow commercially. I said to my council secretary, call them to the chamber and call the community radio station so we can ask them in front of everyone why they are not performing. It wasn't an easy exercise, Madam Speaker, but it was in the initial stages, the first into second year, and many claim that it's only 5 months since we got these loans. Yes, we are supposed to start performing in the 3 months after benefiting from the loan. I'll take an example of someone who did fish farming and got a loan. And he said, even if you come now to my place, you will find the fish swimming in the pond. So until the fish is ready, we are unable to start performing on the loans. So I'm using that as an example. I want to say regrettably, Madam, that after 6 months, there was still no repayment. And this is what we mean now when we say we must make the default on payment a little bit more stringent so that people can comply. The alternative, Madam Speaker, and the onus is on the Legislative Assembly, the People's Assembly, to make a decision whether or not we must maybe redirect these resources to areas that are much more beneficial, because admittedly 5% is no good at all. 5% is not good at all. So members are here to help us to run this affair. If you are as convinced as I am that this particular component is problematic, let's get together. Let's agree that maybe we should take this loan component into an area such as water for our people. It would make, thank you very much. It looks like we got some unanimity around just the one example that is also a drought response measure to deal with climate adaptation. So the onus really is on us, Honorable MP for Kalabo, to come and move a motion to say this is what you want to happen. Our president, the president of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, who is the drum major for this activity called CDF, is more than willing to get positive advice from honorable members of parliament. This is why we are called the People's Assembly. If we think this is not working, let's get together. Let it not be a Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development affair only. We can come and say, we have a challenge, for instance, around electricity today. Why can't we move these resources to solar projects? Because we've learned hard lessons as a result of this drought that we suffered, that has been the worst in living memory.
The Honourable Member for Kalabo Central. The Honourable Member for Kabwata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, 5% of repayment, I think that is not good enough. Looking at the amounts of money that were released, over 368 million, and yet only 19 million has been recovered. I think the challenge is not necessarily with also the people that are receiving. I think the managers of the fund, what they should have done is to build capacity. Maybe I want to find out through the Honourable Madam Speaker if your ministry can consider engaging these commercial banks to start building capacity, because you can't just give out money without building capacity. And that's the reason why every time when you give out a loan or grant, you find people just going and they start sharing the money. Capacity. I want to find out from you whether your ministry can consider engaging this bank and build capacity and see how best we can manage this fund. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, colleague, Member of Parliament for Kawata. I know not of any bank that has gone out in the world and say, come, I teach you how to repay your loan. I don't know any. What I know is that the bank will provide a facility, a loan facility, and the would-be beneficiary of such one loan facility will have to present a bankable document that will give the bank sufficient comfort that this money is going to be paid back. Madam Speaker, the Constituent Development Fund has a loans component has been a true instrument in our sight of how to build entrepreneurs. Now, 5% seem to have done all right. The bulk, 95%, are in the red bracket, which means it's not working. It's better to put things as they are. It is not working as we intended it to be. Why isn't it working? When in the initial stages, I'm sure you all recall that much as the members refuse to be involved in the recollection of loan facilities, once we move this component to the banks, members themselves, including councillors, they started putting pressure on banks. When banks received these proposals, many of them did not qualify. There was an outcry, because the banks did not have sufficient confidence and comfort in many of those documents that came as proposals. Then it became adulterated with interference of external forces. The very people who said we don't want to manage this component are the very ones who have gone now to canvass, to root for their people. In most cases, political party members, and I'm not shy to say this, to be beneficiaries of loans. How can it work? Simply, how can it work? So we have a problem here that we require to fix. And if you will, I just wanted to state that in the 10 provinces that we have, Northern Province is the province that has disbursed the second least amount of money at 714 million kwacha. And their recovery rate is at 27%. Copper Belt has disbursed a huge sum of money at 2.1 million, Madam Speaker, and their recovery is at 6%. Now, these two provinces, together with Southern, which is at 6%, these provinces, if you look at them, you will see that Copper Belt, Southern, these three are where you find many entrepreneurs. And these are the ones that have managed to drag this very, very bad figure of 5%, Madam, to what it is. Otherwise, Central Province is at 2%. Eastern Province is at 2%. Luapula is at 1%. Lusaka is at 1%. Muchinga is at 0.4%, 0.4%. I've already said Northern is at 27, but they disperse the second least amount of money. Southern is at 6%. I beg your pardon, yes. Northwestern is at 3%, Southern is at 6%, Western is at 3%. So clearly when you average it out, it gives you 5%. But when you focus on the actual provinces, we can say without any fear of contradiction that this particular program has a problem, and we need to sit as a team and agree, are we going to continue putting money in this bottomless pit? Or should we sink boreholes? Should we maybe divert it to climate-resistant projects, which will make more sense than the current situation as it is? I need support on this particular matter, and as the prime mover of such a position, I know that 1% may not be happy, because the average here is 5% of the whole nation, but 95% will be happy, because we will have communal benefits if we decide to make changes around this particular aspect. Thank you, Madam.
The Honorable Member for Chiengi.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you so much. It's good that you've taken after Vincent Mwale. You're really a wise person. Madam Speaker, this issue of loans, I agree with the Minister that we should remove it and use the monies for other things. But my question is, how can we now end the other problem of also the grants which are given to our people? Most of them, they end up sharing because we don't have strict rules regarding such monies. So the loans, we've seen that we are failing to collect, including the grants which have just been like thrown in the waters, so to say. So I would like to find out, apart from what you've suggested, that we come together, we agree, what are the immediate steps that you're going to take in order for the monies of the loans to be recovered? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member of Parliament, for Chenge. I was under high anticipation that you would also get a position in your party sooner rather than later. But to answer your question, Honorable Member, just the nomenclature of these two programs tells you a story. That one is more a social security arrangement. That's why it's called a grant. That is why it's called a grant. We can tighten bolts around it and still achieve a similar objective, which speaks to the fact that it's a grant which is going in order for it not to be paid back. And how can we do that? If we insist that the project monitoring is pointing at the fact that the project that is presented is a project that is done. Even if it fails, there's nothing punitive about it, but people should be seen to have done some amount of work. And if a cooperative is found in a situation such as what you have described, where they just collect the money and they share, if they get, say, 1,000 kwacha each, and they go home and say, "Well, I want to do freeze it," those ice blocks that they sell in summertime. I want to do freeze it. You can still monitor it up to the freeze it point. If they want to do broilers, you can still monitor it up to the point where they've done broilers. Whether this particular project yields and lifts them up into profitability, that's another argument for a different day. But a loan component, that's why it's sitting in the bank. It should be paid, and it should be treated a little bit different. I would accommodate, if it were left to me alone to decide, that maybe we can modify the issue of cooperatives grants by passing it towards this brilliant initiative called Cash for Work, where people actually work. I see you are shaking your head. The culture of work is what lifts people out of poverty.
Yeah.
So you couldn't contradict yourself to say money is going to waste. Right now, people are involved in Cash for Work. They are sweating a little bit in order to get something. Not just standing in a queue and say, "Vala to solve us," or "They'll solve us." No. And again, I said, it is just my mind running, and it's not a policy direction. I'm simply saying, if it were left to me, but this is food for thought, where we can say, even the grants, how much are we pouring it in there? When you add it all up, you may find out it is probably equivalent to the Cash for Work program in the whole year. So why not make it more meaningful by getting our citizens to be inculcated in the culture of work, and that he who shall not work shall not eat.
The Honorable Member for Magoye.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll fail if I don't appreciate the loan component of the CDF, which has been disbursed ably to many people or many citizens in the country. Suffice to say that the percentage of recovery is too low. But I want to find out from you, Honorable Minister, if you have taken time to assess the impact it has caused on the country, more especially on the economy, in the monies disbursed. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you very much for that question, Honorable colleague, my neighbor from Magoye. A very important question indeed, that also impact serves the purpose. But we have to look at numbers here, and we have to look at scales here. In most constituencies, if the beneficiaries of these loan components that come at just about 200,000 kwacha are a lot. There would not be more than 10. From the two palms of my hands, 10. Yes, it may have an impact on themselves because they would have utilized the money, them and their limited company. Limited by shares. The shareholders may just be the husband and the wife. So, if they take 200,000 kwacha and they pay 10,000 kwacha at the end of the run, it means they've put away 190,000 kwacha. If we take that 190,000 kwacha, the same amount, and go to sink boreholes, we'll have touched more lives. We'll have done much more impact to our citizens than these families who, by the way, also mutate. That today they'll come and say, this is Garen Kombo and Sons company, they get a loan. Next year they go and say, this is Jean Chisenga and the company, but it's the same people. They also get a loan. And so I truly think, from my heart of hearts, I truly think that the impact must be given a chance to be interrogated. But my gut feeling tells me we could have much more impact than whatever result we'll get from giving out these loans. I'm a strong believer of that. But I'm bound by a group decision. I'm bound by a group decision, the cabinet that I'm privileged to be, to see whether or not this is the way to go. But so far, Madam Speaker, these loans are at 5% interest. This is free money. Those of us who walk into banks to borrow money know very well that some interest rates go up to 30%. And still people perform. They'll still pay without default. So you are given by your government an interest of 5%, which is as good as pro bono, free money. And then you still fail to pay. I truly think that collectively we can interrogate this matter, and maybe by the time the judgment for posterity comes, we may be found on the right side.
I'll take the last four. The Honorable Member for Kaumbwe, Nalolo, Kankoyo, and Shiwangando. In that order, the Honorable Member for Kaumbwe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to ask a follow-up question. The intention by government to give loans and grants to be on the CDF was to actually promote SMEs and relieve the people from poverty. At the same time, the performance has failed us. At 5%, definitely is nowhere closer to success. Eastern Province is at 2% recovery rate, where my own Kaumbwe constituency, I don't know how much percent it has contributed to this 2%. As we are planning for 2025 CDF disbursement and planning for various components in the CDF planning, Minister, wouldn't you consider in the short interim measure, before waiting for any motion to come as a policy to control the recovery rate, wouldn't you consider to issue a circular so that the CDF grant or loan component should be decided by individual councils in the CDFC for variation, to vary certain component, to vary certain amount of the loan to capital projects or to
Is the question coming, Honorable Member?
I'm asking, is it possible for the minister to consider issuing a circular immediately, because we are now planning for expenditure of the 2025 CDF. And of course, we are going to plan based on the current guidelines, which have failed us in terms of the grant, the loan component. So would you consider to issue a circular so that we are individual councils, CDF level, CDFC committee level, to vary the loan component to other capital projects or disaster component? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament, for Kaumbwe. I would think that to issue such a circular would be inviting mayhem, because then it will become a prerogative of each individual local authority to decide how they want to vary this particular project. And anything that sits under a prerogative can be abused. When I say it's my prerogative, it means I have the power to decide to change things. They can be utter abuse, honorable colleague and friend. We have agreed, I think, unanimously, that there's a problem around this area. We have. And this particular component of loans is ring-fenced in a regulation. The first step to try and change the status quo is to go back to the regulations, so that it applies to Kaumbwe, it applies to Mazabuka, it applies everywhere in the same manner. It becomes even easy to monitor. To simply say, colleague, let's issue a circular that now the councils, you can decide whether you want to give loans. Somebody's going to be hurt. Someone will be injured there. Because they'll say, who is that one who agreed to change the status quo? It's better we take the responsibility as the people's representatives here, as a collective, so that it doesn't become a matter for Honorable Chiwombwe alone, that Bahati decided to change. It will be promoting mayhem. Believe me, sir, if you did that in Kaumbwe, the people there in Manjawantu will learn how to speak to you in Chinese.
Thank you. Honorable members, please, let's not debate the questions. We are behind time. Just ask your question. The Honorable Member for Nalolo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you for your responses. Has your office undertaken an assessment of why this particular component is failing, particularly at 5%? I've always been of the view, Honorable Minister, that the Council does not have the staff complement to handle issues to do with business development. They don't have a business development department, while the bank administers the loan. When you see the composition of the team that monitors these people to do loans, you find there's a CS, there's a director of works. They're going to monitor someone rearing chickens. So my question is wouldn't it be, I would like also to commend you for a suggestion that we could move it, but why is this component failing? Didn't the money precede the capacity for the Council to handle such a program? I thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
I think it's fair to say, Madam Speaker, that the failure of this component to work is the lack of fear of the sanctity of public resources. I'll repeat that. It is the absence of fear of the sanctity of public resources. Where I come from, in Tonga, we say, you can do, meaning the fear of the sanctity of public affairs. Now, coupled with the lack of corresponding collateral security for these loans, it is bound to fail. Go back in the years of CUSA, go back in the years of Lima Bank, go back in time. You will find that as long as there's no punitive action, such as a bailiff action on failure to perform on a loan, abuse will continue happening. I truly think that it lies in those two areas. The non-existence of fear, of sanctity, of public resource, and lack of collateral security, or what they call guarantee to pay. So that if you say, I want 200,000 kwacha, then they'll say, okay, pledge your car. Your car is 100,000 kwacha. Pledge it here, give us the white book. That person is bound to perform better for fear of losing the car. And I said it here in my maiden responses that maybe we should be a bit more punitive on default, and we must introduce the component of collateral security.
The Honorable Member for Kankoyo.
I thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's quite sad that such a good initiative from President Taka in the Ichilema is coming to a stage where we feel we are now at a point where we need to make a decision. But, Honorable Minister, I think maybe we need to expand the needs on how these loans can be administered before we can completely withdraw them. Like my people in Kankoyo, they'll be happy if we can open up order finance, or maybe even invoice discounts, which are a little bit more secure than just giving loans to someone to go and use money without a proper plan. So if we can add other initiative to the program, like order finance, when someone has got a project to build a clinic, this money can be available to finance that project, and the council recover from the invoice. They have an order from the booming mine in Mupani, this money can be available. So, my question is it a product which is not good, or maybe we have limited it so much that there hasn't been careful consideration for other use this money can be used for? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
I think it's generally agreed that the intention of this particular component was second to none. It was good. It was very, very good. Now, Honorable Maweta, you say before we contemplate changing the dynamic altogether to drift away from what the current setup is and take the model that you described here, bring it on. Bring it on. Bring it to our ministry. We'll take it to the cabinet. If they think that it's a way to go, we shall certainly go that way. But what we should anchor our position on now is that we do have a problem. We have a very big problem of non-repayment because of none or lack of punitive measures on default.
The last member, the Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I want to acknowledge the fact that the Minister had alluded to, that I chaired the committee which was to develop the guidelines for the Constituency Development Fund. And I know that the Minister of Justice, my colleague, the owner of the question for MP for Kalabo, and Honorable Imanga and many others, we are quite consistent on this issue, and we appreciate that you have acknowledged the concerns that we raised then, because at the point we were considering the guidelines, we had looked at the failures of the CEC and many other initiatives where the culture of people paying loans has been a challenge, and we knew that not having capacity in the councils, together with the committees, was going to pose a very serious challenge. The aspect of percentages of how CDF is allocated, Honorable Minister, is couched in the guidelines. Wouldn't it be easier to get back from where we started from, to quickly revisit those components and see how we can apportion that same component among the need areas as a quicker way of resolving that matter, and so that we can make forward. Other than that, we are causing problems, and our people who we think we are helping will end up in much more trouble, because if they fail to pay, the banks will move on them and even grab the little that they may have. So would it be easier to just go back to where we started from in terms of revisiting the guidelines and then see how we can do that percentage? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Parliamentary Shwangando, for that, and for the acknowledgement that you were the drum major in the shifting of this particular burden from the council to the banks. And you made reference to the CEC. I don't know about now, but one thing I know for a fact is that even my colleague, the minister responsible for that institution, has got long history of non-performing loans, starting from the days of MMD. So taking that program from CDF to CEC may be pouring water from one vessel basket into another vessel basket. To visit the regulation is the way to go. So you and I are singing from the same hymn sheet. It's about who is going to bail the cat. Meaning who will bail the cat, who will come and say, can we remove this? Because many of us are scared. And by the time, colleagues, Madam Speaker, we go past the 5 years and do the numbers of non-performing loans, we wake up to a rude shock and say, oh my God, we would have done better. So I think we need to have a conversation, a discussion on how we can best move away from patronage. Madam, as we end, this was the last question I thought you said. Once we go into the database of who are these people that benefited from the loans, then you'll be woken up to a rude shock. Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies to the last three. I think since this is the beginning of finding ways of sorting out this problem, I think the honorable members will be involved. We make progress. Notice of motion. The honorable member for Katombola.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance on the accession of the second protocol of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, aiming at abolition of death penalty for the fourth session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on the 5th day of November 2024. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is the motion seconded?
Seconded, Madam Speaker.
Seconded by the honorable member for Kanchivia. The question is that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance on the accession of the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, aiming at the abolition of the death penalty for the fourth session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th November 2024. Any debate? The honorable member for Katombola.
Madam, in accordance with the terms of reference as set out under Standing Order 206F and 207F of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2024, the committee considered the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, aiming at the abolition of death penalty, and has made some recommendations which are documented in the report.
Madam, I am aware that members of this august House have read the report, and that allow me to simply highlight the salient issues in the report. From the onset, I wish to state that the committee is urging the government to immediately ratify the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, so as to align the national legal framework on the death penalty in Zambia to the international obligations and commitments. As this august House is aware, Zambia has in the recent past amended its penal laws, that is the Penal Code, Chapter 87 of the Laws of Zambia, the Criminal Procedure Code, Chapter 88 of the Laws of Zambia, and the Defense Act, Chapter 106 of the Laws of Zambia, to remove all aspects and aspects abolishing the death penalty. Therefore, ratifying the second optional protocol will bring Zambia's international obligations in line with the national legal framework. Ratification of the protocol will send a clear message to the world that Zambia is dedicated to the promotion of human rights and the preservation of life. The committee therefore recommends that the government of the Republic of Zambia should ratify the second optional protocol of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights without reservations. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I wish to pay tribute to the witnesses who interacted with the committee for the valuable insights that they provided. Gratitude also goes to you, Madam Speaker, and the Clerk of the National Assembly for the guidance and the support rendered to the committee throughout the deliberations. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Madam Speaker, in seconding the motion before this august House to adopt the committee's report on legal affairs, human rights and governance, I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to the chairperson of the committee for the thoughtful presentation of this motion. Madam Speaker, I fully endorse the mover's position on the importance of ratifying the second optional protocol as it aligns Zambia's domestic legal framework with international standards and underscores our nation's commitment to the complete abolition of death penalty. Madam Speaker, by taking this step, Zambia signals to the international community that it stands firmly for the advancement of human rights and that our national values are rooted in justice and respect for life. With the recent amendments, Madam Speaker, to our penal code removing the death penalty, ratifying this protocol becomes a natural and essential step in solidifying this transformation. It provides an equivocal assurance, Madam Speaker, of Zambia's resolve to move forward on this path, reflecting our dedication to a more humane and progressive legal system. Madam Speaker, with these remarks, I proudly second the motion.
Thank you. Any further debate? The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to make a few comments on the motion moved by the chairperson responsible for the Committee on Human Rights and Legal Affairs. Madam Chairperson, indeed, the motion is non-controversial, but it must be borne in mind that even as much as the amendments to the Penal Code were done, the country has been observing a moratorium on death row issues for more than 10 years, if I'm not mistaken, before the amendment to the Act. But what is important also is to ensure, Minister of Justice, that Part 3 of the Constitution is equally tackled. I know that it requires a process that will then get us to a referendum, but time must come when we should revisit Part 3 comprehensively, because in there this aspect of death penalty is still in the supreme document of the land, which is the Constitution. So as we are ratifying this protocol, it's also important that we go further to ensure that the supreme law, the supreme document of the land, the Constitution, is equally dealt with and amended accordingly, so that we then can say, fairly now, we have dealt with the death penalty abolition. Only dealing with the subsidiary legislation, anyone else can still reopen it and we go back to the same status. So, Madam Speaker, I thought I could make those comments as we are considering this proposal to ratify the abolition of death penalty. I thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? The Honorable Member for Rumezi.
Madam Speaker, I should thank you most sincerely, and permit me to mention, Madam Speaker, that I was not here much earlier to congratulate Dr. Kalila on his election, and Madam Speaker, I must mention that I should have loved to welcome the first speaker into the House, since she has been out canvassing for the votes of our colleagues, Dr. Kalila, and I took judicial notice on camera that never Popokava speaker.
Meaning what?
She looks, she looked.
Please translate.
Yes, I'm translating, Madam Speaker. Whether she made Mesus or not, but she looked more beautiful today.
The Honorable Member.
It's a compliment, Madam Speaker.
Let's not discuss the Speaker.
No, it's just a compliment, Madam Speaker.
She's always been beautiful.
I'm not discussing her, I'm just complimenting her. Madam Speaker, permit me now to move to the motion moved by Honorable Member.
The Honorable Member for Rumezi, please just withdraw that.
Which one, Madam
That
Speaker?
the Speaker looks very beautiful now. Just withdraw that.
I withdraw, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. You may continue.
Madam Speaker, permit me to make my submissions on behalf of the people of Rumezi on the motion moved by the Honorable Member for Katombora, adopt report of the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance. Madam Speaker, as much as I would love to support this motion, it has come at a time when we have reached a stage in time as a country where the executive is deliberately interfering with the judiciary, not to grant bail pending appeals. Madam
The
Speaker.
Honorable Member for Rumezi, let's not start accusing who, the executive. Let us just stick to the report. I think the report is straightforward, very simple. And the second I even said is non-controversial. But anyway, since you are different, you might not find it, controversial. But if you are accusing the executive, just provide some evidence.
Madam Speaker, we are not children of a lesser God. Madam Speaker, it is not by accident that all political known figures are never granted bail pending appeals. It's a fact. Madam Speaker, I'm not here to argue with you.
No, you are not arguing with me. You are arguing the report.
Exactly.
Yes, me, I'm just guiding
I wish you could permit
So
me
it's just the
to
report
make my
that you are-
submissions, Madam Speaker, and then someone could rebut.
You are talking to the report.
Of course.
Yeah, so can you talk to the report?
Madam Speaker, we cannot pretend that there is no
There is an
interference.
indication for a point of order. The Honorable Member for Katombola.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a very serious point of order. Is the Honorable Member of Parliament, Honorable Mnia Zulu, in order to come to this House and accuse the judiciary that they have been interfered with without laying evidence that the judiciary is being interfered with by the executive? Is it in order, Madam, to make such a serious allegation in a democratic country where the rule of law is respected? Is it in order, this Member of Parliament, when the judiciary are not here to defend themselves? Is it in order, Madam Speaker? I thank you.
I think I had guided. I had even asked for evidence. But since the Honorable Member did not produce any evidence on the interference that he mentioned, he was definitely out of order. There is no supporting evidence that you produce. You may continue, the Honorable Member for Lumezi.
Madam Speaker, sometimes I tend to wonder as to what constitutes evidence. You call someone beautiful, that you are asked to say produce evidence.
The
How do I
Honorable
prove?
Member for Lumezi, do you want to debate the report?
No, I'm speaking to the report, Madam Speaker.
There is no one who asked you to produce evidence on the Speaker.
No, she's just
I
beautiful.
asked you to produce evidence on the interference that you mentioned. Do you want to debate, or maybe I don't know?
I want to debate, Madam Speaker.
Can you be focused? For the last time, can you be focused on the report that is before the House?
Madam Speaker, this is a very important report, especially that it is speaking to the current happenings in the country. Madam Speaker, I have had the rare privilege to read and understand the definition of evidence by John Hatchard Munandulo in his write-up, where he says, and I quote, "Evidence is all legal means of exclusive of mere arguments that tend to prove an allegation or a matter of fact is evidence." Madam Speaker, when we come here, we are well prepared, we speak to the reports. No one should come and say, bring evidence. Evidence at times is circumstantial. Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Lumezi, there is nothing that you can do. If the presiding officer says, produce evidence, those are the rules of the House. You cannot do away with that. So let's just stick to the rules of the House and debate. The people of Lumezi would want to hear their Honorable Member of Parliament debating in the House. Can you please continue?
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, you cannot on one hand bring a report to this House. You bring a report to this House.
Honorable Member, I'm sorry, you cannot continue. We can make progress. The Honorable Member for Namwala.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add 2 sentences to this important motion which is on the floor of this House now. Madam Speaker, human rights are rights for everyone. And these are rights that are given to us at the point of birth. However, it's very important to indicate that these rights are not absolute. Anytime they can be delegated depending on the behavior towards each other and the society. Further, Madam Speaker, it's very important to indicate that the position that has been taken by the committee is a living one. Living one in the sense that, Madam, we cannot continue having some of the rights that cannot be actually executed or implemented or be forced in that from the time this protocol was signed.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these rights are very important and that everyone ought to enjoy. But going by what has been happening in this country, Madam Speaker, some of the laws, they purely need quality leadership. Because these same laws that we actually enact, they can still be used against citizens, even where we don't have perfect leadership. We have seen the way we have been behaving before under previous regimes, particularly the previous one, where issues, Madam Speaker, that needed, Madam Speaker, to be executed in the manner that is befitting. The contrary is what the people of Zambia experienced. Now, going by the position of the committee...
Honourable Member, there is an indication for a point of order. The Honourable Member for Chirubi, what is your point of order?
I am rising on a point of order based on Standing Order number 71 about facts and many other factors. Madam Speaker, the report is talking about second optional protocol, which is talking about death penalty. Is that member there in order to start bringing in the issues of the past regime and the like, when we all know that the topic that is related to this, the moratorium was as far as 1997. And I find that he is inviting in the debate irrelevance according to the protocol that we are supposed to talk about. Is he in order to go that route? Because the regime is referring to never executed anyone on death penalty. So is that Member of Parliament in order to veer away from the report?
I was starting to listen to the Honourable Member for Namwala, who had just started debating. I was still waiting to hear how he was going to connect what he was debating to the report. Then there came a point of order. So the Honourable Member on the floor, please be mindful. Just try to maybe marry what you are saying with the report. Can we just be focused to this very short report? It's very short. The Honourable Member, you may continue.
Madam Speaker, law is about facts and evidence. Yes. And that's all. When a protocol or a covenant is being entered, Madam Speaker, there are always elements that ought to be respected. And indeed, the government of this republic currently, Madam Speaker, is looking at abolishing a protocol that they feel should not have force in this country. And that's what it is. Now, Madam Speaker, going by it, Madam Speaker, we purely support the position because there's no way we can continue having a protocol that has not been executed in this country. Citizens of this country would want to have things in the Constitution or other treats that they can enjoy, implement equally for everyone. Like I was saying, Madam Speaker, these same protocols or treats, Madam Speaker, that we actually enter into, they need proper leadership. That's what I was trying to say. We need proper leadership. We have experienced it before where the law, Madam Speaker, which is supposed to be a misdemeanor, was taken to be felony without following the due process of the law. And this is the kind of leadership that we don't want. We want leadership that can comprehend the contents of any element that is put in our Constitution. And if we don't do that, Madam Speaker, it means there's nowhere we're going. And I was giving an example of, we have situations, or we have had situations in this country where people, particularly the leadership, Madam Speaker, had no respect for the Constitution, had no respect for the covenants, had no respect for the protocols. And this is the issue that we are talking about. So we need proper leadership that can respect all the contents, whether the protocol, the national constitution. But if we are going to continue having leadership that have no regards with the law, the leadership that does not take people's rights as one of the tenets to good governance, which the people who proclaim that they have actually exercised, Madam Speaker, we don't want such situations anymore. And when I was saying regimes, I never said, Madam Speaker, that the previous regime executed anyone. That's not what I said. My English was very straight, Madam Speaker. But when somebody knows exactly that there was a failure to implement and citizens never enjoyed their rights, Madam Speaker, it has to be said in simple parlance because that's what happens. Yeah. And we cannot keep quiet because other people are going to reject. What happened is what happened, and if there's no space in this country because of the manner it was executed, it just has to be said as such. Yes. Madam Speaker, I would totally agree with the committee that we don't need this. It's a high time we actually did away with the kind of protocols like this one that now the government of the Republic of Zambia, through the committees, have decided not to go with it. Madam Speaker, with these few words, I submit.
Yeah. The Honorable Minister of Justice. Oh, sorry. Before the Honorable Minister of Justice comes in, it's a point of order. The Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order on the immediate past speaker that was curtailed from debating on the floor of the House. My point of order was raised contemporaneously, but the discretion has just been given now. Madam Speaker, the record will show that the Honourable Member of Parliament for Lumezi, immediately before being curtailed by the presiding officer, used a derogatory term whilst pointing at the members of Parliament on your right, Madam Speaker. To the effect, the words used were as follows, if I'm allowed to repeat them. He said, "Ababambuliawa," which in my understanding of local language, in reference to the members of your right, is an extremely derogatory term. Madam Speaker, was the member in order, if it is indeed found by looking at the Hansard and proceedings of this House, to use that derogatory term? And if not, does that not amount to a gross contempt of the House and certainly a breach of parliamentary etiquette and parliamentary language? Madam Speaker, I seek your ruling. I thank you.
I'll reserve the ruling. We make progress. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And indeed, I just want to appreciate the mover of this very report and the seconder, and in the manner that the members have debated. Clearly, there is no issues to be raised about. It's surprising that other people found ways to actually bring in other things. May I recognize the able leadership of the President of the Republic of Zambia, who is also Commander-in-Chief of all the armed forces, President Hakainde Hichilema, for really showing up once again that he is the man that Zambia has been waiting for, and that he is the leader that this country will forever remember in history. And it shows to some of the ratifications that has happened. Because this has been there for ages, but it took President Hakainde Hichilema and his leadership to come and actually do this. Kudos to our President. Having said all that, allow me to commend the work of the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights, and Governance for the work done in relation to consideration of the accession of the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, aiming at the abolition of the death penalty. It is imperative for me to start by indicating that according to Article 63 2E of the Constitution, Chapter 1 of the Laws of Zambia, the National Assembly is conferred with the mandate to oversee the performance of the executive by, among others, approving international agreement, treaties before they are signed or are ratified. Therefore, the diligent and rigorous scrutiny of this accession of the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, aiming at abolition of the death penalty by the committee, is highly recommended. Madam Speaker, I have taken note of the submission by the stakeholders and indeed the committee's observations and recommendation in the subject matter. Among others, one of the committee observations rising from Part 1 of the report was that in December 2022, the Republic abolished the death penalty through the amendment of the Penal Code Act, Chapter 87 of the Laws of Zambia, and the Criminal Procedure Code Act, Chapter 88 of the Laws of Zambia, indicates a shift towards eliminating capital punishment. However, the committee observed that although the death penalty was abolished, the Constitution of Zambia still provides for circumstances under which the right of life can be abrogated. This left room for Parliament to enact legislation that can give effect to the death penalty. Madam Speaker, we have duly taken note as Ministry of Justice of the committee's concerns and some of the concerns that were raised on the floor, to which that Article 12 of the Constitution, which sets out circumstances under which the right of life could be taken away, can only be amended through a constitutional review process. And Honorable Kampyongo spoke highly to this on the need of us interrogating and coming up with constitutional reviews as it relates to the Bill of Rights, which is also known as Part 3 of the Constitution. But once again, it takes all of us as Zambians to agree to that, and also the resources that will be needed. It is important to note that the amendment of the Constitution is a people's-driven process, and as such, when time to amend the Constitution comes, we call upon all the citizens and indeed all stakeholders to agree to the amendment in Article 12, which I've already alluded to, which is part of the Bill of Rights, or Part 3 of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, the committee made two final observations.
Order, honorable members, on my right.
The committee made two final observations and recommendations as follows. The Republic should go ahead and ratify the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights under the UN, aimed at abolishing the death penalty on grounds that the ratification of the protocol will align with the national legal framework on the death penalty of Zambia's international obligation. And the second one, Madam Speaker, there is need for the executive to carry out comprehensive review and harmonize all pieces of legislation that relates to the abolishment of the death penalty. And as already alluded to and agreed upon, we as the executive and indeed my ministry, which is the Ministry of Justice, we do take note of that. As I begin to conclude, Madam Speaker, the executive will take the committee's observations seriously and indeed the recommendations, and we will endeavor to make sure that the prerequisites strides are taken into ensuring that the observations and the recommendations of the committees are implemented. And in so doing, we will be bridging the gap between the Republic's domestic legal framework and the Republic's international obligations, as already observed by the committee and indeed all my colleagues that have debated. We just want to say thank you, and this has indeed been long overdue. And once again, I cannot say much about the leadership of this country for such a time as this. I submit.
The Honourable Member for Katombola wind-up debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's just to thank all the honourable members, those that have debated and those that have not debated, in support of the motion. Madam Speaker, particularly the Honourable Stephen Kampyongo, my brother, and Honourable Mapani for Namara. We are thankful for the submissions, and we want to indicate, Madam, that we are thankful also to yourself, Madam Speaker, for giving us an opportunity as a committee to look into that matter with the clerical staff, the Office of the Clerk, and all the supporting staff for supporting us. We thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance on the accession of the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, aiming at the abolition of the death penalty for the fourth session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th November 2024. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The clerk will now read the order of the day.
Supply motion of 5th November 2024, a resumption of debate.
When the House was adjourned on Friday, 8th November 2024, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance and National Planning that the House do now resolve into Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2025 to 31st December 2025, presented to the Assembly in September 2024. Any further debate? The Honourable Member for Skongo.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity for the people of Skongo to add a few words on the motion on the floor of the House on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the financial year ended 1st January to 31st December 2025. Madam Speaker, allow me to mention that this budget is a progressive budget, and I think the European government has demonstrated that indeed it is committed to making sure that this country develops during the time that it is serving the interests of this country. This is a budget that stands at 217 billion kwacha, with 15.5 billion kwacha come from domestic borrowing, and the minister proposes to make drawdowns on already existing external loans, which in itself is very progressive, especially when it comes to trying to make sure that we reduce on the debt burden that we have as a country. And I think this indeed is commendable because the President and his administration, as they promised before the elections and after the elections, that they want to make sure that they bring back this country to the right track. And I think this has been demonstrated in the successive budgets which the administration has been passing for the past 3 years. Madam Speaker, I think I want to commend government on one thing, which I think government has shown commitment when it comes to the aspect of making sure that our budget should be funded more from domestic revenue. And I think this is a progressive step which government has taken. And I think this has been seen in the manner in which government has tried to make sure that both tax and non-tax revenue is enhanced. We are talking about smart invoicing, that which ZRI has introduced, to just make sure that we maximize on our revenue collections, which is actually very commendable. Madam Speaker, the report that was done by your committee, the expanded planning and budgeting committee, which looked at this next year's budget, I think spoke to a number of issues, but I think due to the limit in time, I'll try to pick a few items that I want to speak to. One of the issues that I want to speak to, Madam Speaker, is the issue of dismantling of domestic arrears. Madam Speaker, your committee points out that as much as we know that we are limited on our resources, but I think the monies that we owe to our suppliers, it stands at 79 billion kwacha. But when you look at the budget for 2025, only 5.7 billion has been reserved for the dismantling of these arrears. I stand with your committee when they point out categorically that this money is not enough, and they propose that additional resources be added to the dismantling of arrears, because these arrears have affected our suppliers, our contractors, in terms of them doing business. So I think I agree, and I hope the minister will adhere to the recommendation that has been made so that additional resources are added to this aspect. Madam Speaker, the other issue that I want to speak to, which your report again clearly brings out, is the aspect of the incomplete structures in our country, especially for the new districts that were created. We have a lot of structures which are now turning into white elephants. Again, I think the report clearly points out that there isn't enough resources that have been set aside to make sure that these structures are completed. As the people of Congo, I think we are part and parcel of those that have been affected in this regard. We have a number of infrastructure in Congo. We are talking about the post office, we are talking about the district administration block, we are talking about 30 houses which are incomplete. And this is ranging, the projects were abandoned, I think, in 2014. But of course, we would like to thank the former Republican President, President Michael Sata, may so rest in peace, for what he did. But it's unfortunate that actually the previous administration, when they took over, that is President Edgar Chagwalungu, they never made sure that they completed this infrastructure. So it's an appeal that can we make sure that we look at this aspect and again allocate some resources to the Ministry of Infrastructure so that these structures can be completed. If this is done, I think the people of Congo will be very happy, because right now we are in serious challenge in as far as this infrastructure is concerned. Madam Speaker, as I wind down my debate, I would like to speak to the issue of the CDF. For us as the people of Congo, we shall forever be grateful to the Republican President for enhancing CDF, because Congo was a forgotten district. Congo was like a war-torn area in as far as development is concerned. But with the enhancement of the CDF from 1.6 million to now what has been proposed, 6.1 million, I think we have seen a rapid change in terms of development. As we speak today in Congo, we are talking about having a mortuary, we have a radio station, we have managed to dredge our canals, we have a storage shed that we are constructing, we have done a lot of clinics, we have done a lot of classroom blocks and teachers' houses, just to mention but a few. So I think for us, CDF has really helped us a lot in trying to change the image of our district. And we are very happy with the increment. Again, we want to thank the President, because indeed he realized that actually if we are to develop as a country, what we needed was to take resources down where the people are. And I think that is highly commendable. And we expect the President to keep on increasing CDF, because when that is done for the next 10 years, I can assure you, we will not have rural constituencies. What will happen is, in essence, the whole country will become an urban country in terms of development. However, Madam Speaker, even as we talk about CDF in terms of what we have achieved, there are a number of shortcomings that are there in the implementation of CDF. And your report actually speaks to these issues. We have issues of short works by some of our contractors. We have issues of incomplete structures, untimely completion of structures. But I think as the time has passed on, I expect that I think we have learned quite a number of lessons. And I think it's high time that we sat down and looked back where we are coming from, just to make sure that we can take ourselves back on the right track in as far as CDF is concerned. Because indeed, this CDF is a game changer, and it has come to change this country forever. Madam Speaker, with these few words, I would like to support the motion, and I thank you so much.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mongu Central.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Mongu Central a chance to support the motion of supply. But before we do that, Madam Speaker, the people of Mongu also would like to congratulate Dr. Kalila for having been elected President of CPA. And it's very easy to see why, Madam Speaker, because on your right, it's full of men and women of high integrity who wants to bring the best out of this country. It's no wonder we've been able, as a government, to move this country forward, to take a budget this budget for the past, prior to 2021, there was negative growth. I think we need to state the facts. There was -4, -2, negative growth. There was no growth in terms of the economy. But having come on board in 2021, despite that we are in the midst of the worst drought ever that has been witnessed in this country, this government, the New Dawn government, under the able leadership of His Excellency, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, has been able to provide or to record positive growth. This is the first budget post the debt restructure. And even then, we are still able, through this 2025 budget, just like it has happened in the 2024 budget, to take care of those who are vulnerable in society. The budget has been prepared in such a way that social programs of cash for work and other programs that uplift those who are in distress have been included and provided in this budget. So we want to thank again the New Dawn government for ensuring that those who are at the bottom of the scale are prioritized. I think that's what a caring government does. And the President and his minister and the entire New Dawn government has demonstrated Ubuntu in preparing this budget. This budget also puts focus on the rural areas where more money is going to our rural settings. That's where the majority of the poor people live. While the majority of those seated here and many of us live and dwell in town, the majority of our people still languish in poverty. They take kilometers, our children in the rural areas take kilometers just to walk to school, kilometers just to access basic health care. But under this government, we are seeing, even under this 2025 budget, more money going to build clinics, more money going to build schools. So we are grateful for that the government is trying to move everybody, not only those in the cities, but also those in the rural areas, so that they can enjoy the benefit of having a leader who cares, of having a government that cares for its people. We also want to appreciate that we are moving away from debt. Prior to 2021, we heavily relied on getting loans, getting debt that we could not even pay back. But under the 2025 budget, 82% of this budget will be funded from domestic revenue. And that should be applauded, because we are freeing ourselves from the burden of debt. We are moving to a situation where we want to work with what we have, not with debt. So the government should be applauded for ensuring that we are moving away from acquiring more debt. The debt that government is going to acquire now will be from the existing credit facilities. Government is not going to enter into any debt with anybody, but utilize the current existing credit facilities to finance the 18% of what is required for us to meet our obligations in terms of our budget obligations. That brings me to the point that all of us as a country and as citizens of this country, we need to enhance our tax administration. We need to ensure that we maximize on revenue collection so that we can meet the revenue that is required from domestic. We must tap on technology so that we can improve on how we collect money. That is very, very important, because we need, as businesses in this country, as individuals in this country, to make sure that we do our part in terms of paying tax. Tax is what the government uses to bring about development, to build schools, to build roads. For the first time, as I'm talking now, Mongo, the capital of Western Province, the capital of Barroseland, is also experiencing a dual carriageway. For the first time, you don't need to come to Lusaka, you don't need to go to Ndola to see a dual carriageway. Because of this government, because of these taxes, Mongo, we are building a dual carriageway. Thanks to President Hakainde Hichilema. We are moving forward as a city, as Mungu. We want it to be a city under the leadership of President Hakainde Hichilema. So, Madam Speaker, we just want to thank the new Dawn government as we conclude. But we are very also optimistic that even the 6% growth projection that is made will be exceeded, because we are seeing what is happening in the mining sector, the revitalization in the agricultural sector, the revitalization in the mining sector. We are very aware now that this weekend also the President is going to Kasensele. So mining companies are opening up in this country. And we are still exploring, we are doing the mapping of all our land, and I'm sure more mines will be discovered, even in Western Province, where I personally feel and think and convinced there is oil, there is gas, because it's on the same belt where Angola is, where Namibia is. So we know with more exploration we are going to discover oil and gas and more mines also, more diamonds also in Western Province. So this economy, it just needs leadership. This country, what was lacking, it was just leadership. You don't need people who are jumping from today, they are in Ukwa, tomorrow they are in Itonse, the other day they will be floating. There's too much confusion in this country in terms of leadership. That's why you need sober leadership of President Hakainde, sober leadership of the new Dawn administration to move this country forward. We thank you, Madam Speaker, and we support the motion of supply. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama North. Was that a point of order? Before you come in, there is an indication for a point of order. The Honorable Member for Kasenengwa.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to raise on a point of order against the member who was just speaking. Madam Speaker, I cite Standing Order 71. Is the member
who was just speaking, in order to veer off the budget. Here we are discussing or debating the budget for 2025, for him to start talking about political parties and so on, when they do not even concern the budget. Madam Speaker, we are aware that even as he was making that debate, I'm sure we are also in breach of the standing orders, because we are not even forming a quorum. And here we are trying to abuse other political parties. Madam Speaker, I submit.
The Honorable Member for Kasenengwa, Honorable Member for Kasenengwa, you raised the point of order. Your point of order is supposed to be precise. You came with two issues. One, talking about the debate by the Honorable Member and the quorum. So your point of order is not admissible. You are supposed to be very precise, to the point. The Honorable Member for Chama North, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for according the people of Chama the opportunity to make the comments on the budget estimates. And before that, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Christopher Kalila for his well-deserved election. I think you have raised the Zambian flag very, very highly. Madam Speaker, I'll go to loans and the investment. I noticed that in 2025, the minister has provided 21.9 billion kwacha towards the same. I want to state that I am disappointed in the sense that perusing through, I have not seen any allocation towards power generation. This country is currently facing serious electricity challenges, and I know that the New Dawn government want to leave the power generation to the private sector. But suppose the private sector does not come on board, what happens? I think it is important that the government should also take a leading role in investing in power generation along the private sector. If you look at the power utilities, I think in most African countries, the state itself must continue to take a leading role. Otherwise, we may have disaster in waiting if we wait for the private sector to come and invest in power generation. Madam Speaker, a country which does not invest in infrastructure cannot attract meaningful investment, the foreign investment. The money allocated for infrastructure, I think, is inadequate. I've seen that there's 14 billion kwacha which has been allocated towards road construction, road maintenance, and also road construction maintenance and the road rehabilitation. I strongly feel that this country needs to invest more in the roads. The previous government started quite a number of projects in the road sector, and I expected that the New Dawn government was going to continue on that trajectory. Madam Speaker, it is the expectation of the people of Chama that under this allocation, the 14 billion towards the road sector, we want to see to it that the Chama Matumbo Road is completed. We can't be talking about the same project from 1964 to date. The people of Chama cannot continue to live on broken promises. For 27 years under the UNIP government, the issue of Chama Matumbo, Chama Rundazi was just a song. 20 years of the MMD, it was a song. Until in 2012, the PF government did quite a lot. 76 kilometers of the Chama Matumbo Road was done under the PF, and these are facts. From Matumbo to Chifilundu, 43 kilometers was done under the PF government. From Luangwa up to Chama Boma, 25 to 30 kilometers was done under the PF government. From Chama Boma to Muyombe Tunnel, 30 kilometers on Chama Lunda's Road was done under the Patriotic Front government. So we are expecting that the New Dawn government must also leave a legacy to the people of Chama and ensure that that road is completed. Madam Speaker, I've also noticed that there's 1.7 billion allocated towards the capitalization of state-owned enterprises. Why are these parastatals failing to perform? The answer is very simple. The 1.7 billion kwacha, which we are allocating towards the recapitalization of state-owned enterprises, can be the money which can be used to finish Chama Matumbo Road and several projects in this country. But the challenge has been the issue of political interference. Political interference, people to run these parastatals, and we are not appointing people on merit. You see, we have boards, then we have the president appointing managing director. Meanwhile, there is a board. There is a board. So most of the time, you find that these managing directors undermine the authority of the boards. So corporate good governance entails that let the board run these companies instead of having an invisible political hand. The judiciary, Madam Speaker, we all want the judiciary to be independent. The judiciary currently faces a lot of enormous challenges. Shortage of manpower, shortage of office accommodation, and so many challenges. And I think the committee has even urged the government that there's need to ensure that this judiciary must be must enjoy autonomy. Where we are ready to ensure that the judiciary is given enough funding, I want to appeal to the judiciary that they must be above board. The judiciary is the last line in the defense, defending people's freedoms and liberties. In a country, when people lose confidence in the judiciary, we usually do a failed state. So I think it is important that our men and women should be able to deliver justice without fear or favor. That way, we shall be moving this country forward. Public Service Management Division. I am concerned, Madam Speaker, that if you look at the allocation, it has been increasing in terms of budget for Public Service Management Division. We have currently more than 400 workers at Public Service Management Division who have been packed there for no justified reasons. You employ people, someone is a deputy director, they are sent home, they are getting a salary, and then you employ another person on the same position. Why don't you retire these people in national interest so that they can be able to start their new life? I'm even wondering whether we have trade unions in this country where we are seeing injustice. Why should 500 workers be staying at home and getting a salary? The government is running 2 parallel payrolls. Is that what we call prudent management of public resources? So it's a very, very sad development. In conclusion, the Emolument Commission is a monster. The Emolument Commission, the committee suggests that we need to give them more money. I disagree with that personally myself. Zambia, Madam Speaker, is a signatory to the ILO Convention 98, which talks about freedom to collective bargaining. When trade unions bargain, why should the Emolument Commission go and review what the trade unions have negotiated? That is undermining the collective bargaining process. And this Emolument Commission, if we are not careful, it is going to breed a lot of industrial unrest in this country. We have collective agreements which have stayed for more than 1 year. They can't be approved by the Emolument Commission because too much work has been given to them. So the Emolument Commission must only be able to deal with the conditional service to institutions which are under the executive arm of government. So with these few remarks, I support the budget estimates. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mufulira.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. Allow me to join fellow honorable members in passing their congratulations to Honorable Kalila for his achievement in the rank and file of the CPA. And indeed, those congratulations also go to the Office of the Speaker and the Clerk for obviously playing a very important role to ensure that
Dr. Kalila emerges successful, his rise is not just good for him, for his CV, but also good for the country and our parliament. Madam Speaker, in adding my word to the estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2025, I'll begin by referring, first of all, to the theme of this budget speech issued by the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, the theme is building resilience for inclusive growth and improved livelihoods. This is the theme of the budget. The catchword for me, as I contribute my thoughts on this speech, is the last part of the theme, improving livelihoods. Do I believe that this budget, as the Minister has presented, will lead to improvement in the livelihoods of the Zambians? Madam Speaker, I have very huge doubts that the livelihoods of the people will improve based on the budget that the Minister has submitted. Why do I have doubts? Madam Speaker, first of all, the macroeconomic objectives that the Minister has set for this country. I'll pick the gross domestic product, GDP, projecting to grow our GDP to 6.6% in 2025. Already this year, our GDP has been downgraded. Because of the effect of the drought and the shortage of power, we are not expecting to grow our economy in this year beyond 2%. Now, which economy in the world, even the biggest economies that we see, could jump from 1.2% growth to 6.6%? And why I even have stronger doubts in this area is because we know what has led to the downgrading of our GDP for this year, the power crisis and the food crisis. Now, looking at this budget, Madam Speaker, I have not seen strong interventions to address the power crisis, even in the next 12 months. Industries are struggling to operate because they don't have power, enough power. They are laying off people. And in the next 12 months, even based on this budget, I have not seen any serious interventions that is going to reverse the power crisis immediately. So attaining 6.6% is a very big doubt. Containing inflation between 6 and 8%. For the last 3 years, this has been the objective of this government, and it has eluded. Now exacerbated by the food crisis, the shortage of maize, the shortage of meal, and the highly dependent on imports as a country, is just been driving our inflation higher and higher. Now we are talking about 15% inflation. Even the expanded committee and the witnesses that appeared actually cast doubt that we will be able to contain inflation between 6 and 8% in the coming year. And yet, this is what we aspire to achieve according to this budget. We really need to work very hard if we are to attain this. And we know the source of all these problems, the power crisis and the food shortages that we are facing in this country. Madam Speaker, I will look further on the revenue measures that the Minister has proposed. He indicated clearly in this speech that he's not going to make any tax concessions coming 2025. What is the effect of him not making tax concessions? One, our hard-working workers are not going to receive any relief in terms of pay as you earn. The tax exempt remains the same, the tax bands remain the same. Now, we all know, first of all, inflation is rising. What is the effect of inflation rising? It is pushing up the prices of commodities, food commodities, meal, cooking oil, sugar, and everything else. Workers needed to be given relief through revising the tax bands and increasing the tax-free threshold. Now, how do we subject them to 2 years in a row without getting a tax relief? This is why I doubt that this budget is going to improve livelihoods, because the buying power of the salaries for the workers has been eroded by high inflation. And so whoever is earning 5,000 now, they don't have any tax relief, the prices will go up. What they are able to buy in 5,000 in this year will reduce. Their trolley in ShopRite, the food basket, is going to reduce. I propose that the minister reconsiders and gives tax relief to the workers by increasing the tax-free threshold. We are still debating this budget. It's not yet approved, and I think that we need to propose that the tax tax-free threshold be increased to give relief to the workers. The tax bands, especially the highest rate, be reduced, Madam Speaker, from 7.5%. We should be talking about 30% at the most. This is the only way we're going to improve the livelihoods of the people and give the people the buying power. Madam Speaker, other concessions that I see on the revenue side of this budget is even going to make life difficult for the workers. For example, we have seen that the minister is proposing a 20% increase in presumptive tax for transporters. That simply means that even the fares for traveling between here and Mufrira will go up. How are we improving the lives of the people if the transporter, for them to bear this proposed increase in the presumptive tax, they will transfer that cost to the travelers? Today we are paying 300 plus to move from Mufrira to Lusaka. Come next year, we will have to bear the cost. We will be talking almost 500 kwacha. When are we going to give relief to the workers? There is even a revenue measure here to increase the excise duty on non-alcoholic beverages. We know how this country now, we are struggling with water, even just drinking water. This proposal will mean that even a bottle of mineral water is going to go up, when the country is supposed to make access to clean water easier and cheaper. And yet the minister is coming here with a proposal that that we are going to increase the excise duty. It is not helping to relieve the cost of living. In fact, Madam Speaker, just a few days ago, Afrobarometer have released a survey consulting Zambians on what they think is the biggest problem in this country that the citizens are facing. And the top on the agenda was increase in the cost of living. That is the biggest problem that that survey has revealed. And the minister and the entire executive have an opportunity to address this challenge which the Zambians have picked as the biggest problem that they are facing, increase in the cost of living. Now, if we don't give them the tax relief, if we have to increase even transport, if we have to increase even non-alcoholic drinks, the prices, where are they going to find relief? We should be maximizing the revenues that are coming from the mines. I expected the minister to revisit, his tax policy on the mines so that we relieve the workers. We relieve the workers of bearing the cost of funding the revenue side of this budget. Madam Speaker,
time is up.
Time is not with me. I wish I had more time, but thank you very much. I do submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kabwata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity given to the good people of Kabwata to add their voice on the report that has been submitted to the floor of the House. Madam Speaker, the report, I'll touch first of all on head 46, the Minister of Health. Looking at the report that has been submitted, there are recommendations that have been made by your committee, especially on the issue of recruiting more health workers. And I believe that, Madam Speaker, what the committee should have done was also they should have actually gone further to advise the Minister of Health, especially on the recruitment of health workers. Because we have done a lot in terms of recruiting registered nurses and other professionals, but we have neglected the recruitment of public health nurses, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you look at the duty or the duties of the public health nurse, Madam Speaker, they all fight for what you call prevention. If you go in most of our constituencies, especially in the urban setup in
Order. As the time is 18:55 hours, I interrupt the proceedings and debate stands adjourned. Day for resumption of debate.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Debate to resume tomorrow. The House is now adjourned.
Good evening. Thank you for still being with us on Parliament Television. Business of the House has just adjourned, and we now take a look at business that has been considered from the time business resumed at 14:30 hours.
Yes, as when business resumed at 14:30 hours, Madam Speaker did make some announcements. In the first announcement, Madam Speaker informed the House that Dr. Christopher Kalila, Member of Parliament for Lukulu East, was elected chairperson of the Executive Committee on Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, CPA. Dr. Kalila MP emerged victorious after beating two other contenders, Dr. Zainab Ngimba MP, member of the Nigeria House of Representatives, and Honorable Arthur Eugene Hoda, SC MP, Speaker of the House of Assembly of Barbados.
Madam Speaker stated that the position of chairperson of the Executive Committee is the highest elective position of the CPA. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the House and on her own behalf, congratulated Dr. Kalila MP for his great achievement, and she said she was confident that with his vast experience and impeccable leadership, he will propel the CPA to greater heights.
In the other announcement, Madam Speaker recognized the presence in the public gallery of our pupils and teachers from Mercyland Christian School in Lusaka District, pupils and teachers from Bayuni Secondary School in Lusaka District, and also pupils and teachers from Tafigwa Secondary School in Lusaka District. And so, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly welcomed the visitors to the National Assembly.
And in the other announcement, Madam Speaker did recognize the presence in the public gallery of members of the public from Kanyama constituency. And Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly welcomed the guests to the National Assembly. And Madam Speaker also recognized the presence in the Speaker's gallery of staff from the National Assembly of Namibia. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, welcomed the guests and warmly welcomed them to the National Assembly.
After those announcements, there was a ministerial statement. The Honorable Paul C. Kavuswe MP, the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development, delivered a ministerial statement. He updated the August House and the nation at large on measures government is taking to reduce the effects of fumes produced by sulfur dioxide being released from processing plants in Kalulushi District, Copperbelt Province. This follows the question by Honorable Kapamba Mlenga, Member of Parliament for Kalulushi Parliamentary Constituency, during the urgent matter without notice on Thursday, 7th November 2024.
The Minister went on to state that the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development is charged with the responsibility of ensuring sustainable development and management of minerals resources in the country through the Mines and Minerals Development Act number 11 of 2015. He said the ministry carries out monitoring and compliance to environmental standards in the mining sector. The minister further stated that through the Mines Safety Department, the ministry conducted a site investigation on 8th November 2024 to establish the reports to the effect that there were processing plants in Kalulushi discharging fumes which affected the communities living in close proximity to the facilities.
The Minister of Mines stated that it was established that a company by the name of Avocado Mining Limited has been discharging these fumes within Kalulushi District without approval from the Zambia Environmental Management Agency, ZEMA. He further said the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development established that Zambia Environmental Management Agency cited Avocado Mining Limited on 31st October 2024 for a number of environmental breaches in line with the Environmental Management Act number 12 of 2011.
And the minister did state some of the breaches as follows: implementing a project for which an environmental impact assessment is required without conducting the actual environmental impact assessment, and discharging a contaminant in the environment without an emission license.
He further said that on 4th November 2024, Zema further issued a compliance order directing Avocado Mining Limited to cease all operations until further notice by Zema. In addition, on 8th November 2024, the Mines Safety Department suspended operations of the same company as it did not have a qualified appointed manager to ensure that the operations comply with all applicable legislation on safety, occupational health and environment as provided under the Mines and Minerals Development Act number 11 of 2015.
And in concluding his ministerial statement, the minister reiterated the government's commitment to ensuring that mining activities are undertaken in a responsible and sustainable manner for the benefit of the Zambian people. He further stated that the ministry is undertaking various policy, legislative and institutional reforms aimed at promoting responsible mining, taking into account tenets of environmental, social and governance. And so that was the ministerial statement that the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development rendered on the floor of the House.
After that ministerial statement, the House went on to consider 3 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 80 and 3 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 82. So just now we'll look at some of the questions that have been considered on the floor. Question number 114 under Standing Order 82 came from Lubanseshi, Member of Parliament, Mr. Taulo Chewe. He directed this question to the Minister of Technology and Science. He wanted to find out whether the government is aware that the poor internet service and direct cause connectivity being experienced in Luwingu district and the country at large has adversely affected businesses such that they are unable to perform statutory obligations with regulatory bodies, thereby leading to unnecessary penalties. And so the minister did say that government is aware, and in the B part of the question he wanted to find out if so what urgent measures the government is taking to ensure that the problem is resolved. And the minister did highlight some of the measures: cost sharing arrangement, investment in high capacity lithium batteries, and also policy and investment.
Question 115 did come from Ms. Marjorie Nakaponda, who is a Soka Member of Parliament, and that question was directed to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, and the acting minister did respond to this question. In A, the question was when the construction of the Mbesuma Bridge on the Isoka-Mbesuma Kasama Road will be completed. The acting minister did respond that this will be completed once the contractor has been engaged. In B, what the cause of the delay in completing the project is, the acting minister did respond that this is due to inadequate funds. And in C, whether the construction will be completed before the rains intensify to prevent the bridge from being washed away, the minister did respond that the bridge will actually be the time frame for the bridge to be completed is 2 years from the commencement of works.
And so those are just some of the questions under Standing Order 82 that were considered on the floor. Just now we look at questions for oral answer under Standing Order 80. Question number 117 came from Nyimba, Member of Parliament, Mr. Menyani Zulu. He directed this question to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. He wanted to find out whether the government has any plans to construct a bridge across Chanda River on the Nyimba-Luemba Road in Nyimba Parliamentary constituency. And the acting minister did say that government has plans. In the other part of the question, he wanted to find out if so when the plans will be implemented. And the acting minister said plans will be implemented once the Treasury secures the funds. In the last part of the question, he wanted to find out what the estimated cost of the project is, and the acting minister did say that 2.5 million kwacha is the estimated cost of the project.
And question 119 did come from Mr. Chinga Miyutu, who is Kalabo Central Member of Parliament. His question was directed to the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. In A, he wanted to know what the rate of loan repayments under the Constituency Development Fund loan facility was countrywide as of August 2024. The minister did respond that it was at 5.3%. And in B, what measures the government has put in place to enhance the repayment of loans. the minister did state that the review of CDF guidelines, and also that there is intensive follow-ups through local authorities to ensure loans are repaid. And he also stated that there is intensified monitoring and evaluation by local authorities to ensure that there is compliance.
After consideration of those questions, Katombola, Member of Parliament, Dr. Clement Andeleki, moved the motion urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance on the accession of the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, aiming at the abolition of the death penalty for the fourth session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th November 2024. And this motion was seconded by Kanchivia, Member of Parliament, Mr. Sunday Chande. And we saw members of Parliament adding their voices to this motion. When a question was put, this motion was adopted.
And thereafter, we did see resumption of debate on the motion of 5th November 2024. This is a motion of supply that was moved by the Minister of Finance and National Planning, urging that the House do now resolve into Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2025 to 31st December 2025, presented to the National Assembly in September 2024. And at the time business was interrupted, the Honorable Member for Kawata, Mr. Andrew Tayengwa, was debating the motion, and so we do expect him to continue with the debate tomorrow when this matter comes up. And so basically that's the business that has been considered today. And from all of us here and the entire production crew, it's a pleasant evening.
Parliament is open to members of the general public who may wish to undertake